All right. Let's see if we could do something. Have a little something here. Okay. That's a good start. Hey, what's up, Mr. Zombro? Let's see here. I don't know how to pin that comment. Hey, what's up? I see you, Mgtow Marine. What's up? I'm gonna grab a beer real quick, and then relieve myself, and then I'm gonna jump back in. Give me like 2 or 3 minutes, boys. Oh. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Hopefully, we can get someone to call in, have a lively conversation. I'll be up for the next hour, 2 hours, probably for sure. We're all here. Yes, we are. Give it a minute. I gotta grab a beer. Da, 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 da. If any of you guys want to call in, I dropped the link. Okay, I'm back. Let's see who's around. Let's see what we got going here. Okay. I'm burning the midnight oil. I sleep during the day. I'm an owl almost. So what does that mean to burn the midnight oil? Is that another way of saying, does that mean like you stay up late? And the idea is that you're burning the midnight oil like in a lamp or something? I heard that before. Oh, what's good? Me too. Me too, Marine. I used to work midnights. Eric, are you getting my texts and emails? Okay. Red Oak. I got your text telling me I'm blocked. That's weird. Red Oak 24. Hey, what's up, Red Oak? All right, so I'm gonna give it a couple minutes. So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna tell you guys a quick story, and this is gonna be a rehashing of the video that I just made. I just made a video, I don't know, a couple hours ago. I was in Chicago and I was listening to the radio. I like to listen to Spanish music sometimes, and I was listening to this one Spanish radio channel. And after some songs had played, it cut to the news, and they were giving like the traffic report and everything, like a radio station does. But then it started talking. There was like this political thing that they interjected, and this woman and this man. The platform was like this woman and this man, and the woman was very much leading the conversation, and she started talking about marriage laws in Mexico. Now, of course, this is in Chicago, but there's a lot of Mexican immigrants here in Chicago. And she starts talking, and she's like, yeah, there's this new law in Mexico, and it's a good thing, and um, yeah, they just passed this law, and now the law says that if you're a man and a woman and you're married, you can throw your husband in jail. It used that phrase several times. It said something like um, "tu esposo al cárcel," "tu esposo al cárcel," which means like you could send your husband to jail, your husband to the jail. Literally, you of course you want to be careful how you translate things. Sometimes things don't translate literally. You have to like modulate them. But that's almost a straight translation. Basically, she was saying like, yeah, the law's changed, and wives can send their husbands to jail now. She was saying that verbatim, and how this is a good thing. And she was calling it. I'm not going to use the exact word. It's the word that starts with R and ends with E, and it stands for sexual assault, and it rhymes with grape. Like grapes that you eat. And apparently, so the law says that. Okay, so here's the deal. All throughout history. Hold on one second. I think there's someone in the chat. We'll see. Oh, let's see who we got here. A guest. Looks like it's Polska Bob. Let's hope he's not too drunk. Let's add Polska Bob to the stream.
No, Cowboy, I'm not too drunk. I just kind of got up here, actually.
Okay, very good. Yeah, hey, did you hear what I was talking about? I was watching. I think it was it 105.1 or was it 107.9? You know those Mexican radio channels?
Oh, the ones they got here? No, I didn't. I didn't actually check out your video earlier. I just thought I'd pop in and say hello. I got some friends out tonight, so.
Oh, that sounds good. Cool.
I'm here for a smoke break, so go ahead.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. No, I was just so basically I made a video, a real short video, 6 or 7 minute video, and I was listening to the Spanish radio show, and there was like an op-ed, or I don't know what you'd call it on a radio show. It was probably scripted anyway, but yeah, like this woman is talking to this man, and she's saying how in Mexico they have changed some federal law, and so now it's called marital grape. You know what I mean when I say grape, right?
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. This is actually part of the what do they call that? The English part of the Duluth model, where you can, if your wife says, "Hey, you want some money," or she wants some money, and you say, "Hey, no, we can't afford this." That's financial. Asabe is the.
Oh yeah. No, that's something new actually. That just came on board. That just came online like 2 or 3 years ago. That's called coercive control.
Yeah, right. That's part of the UK's version of the Duluth model. And yeah, marital grape would qualify as that too.
Well, as it stands, coercive control is not yet the law of the land here in the U.S. Or in Canada or in Mexico, but in Mexico now they have marital grape, and
okay,
I'm listening. Okay. What's that? I'm sorry.
So that can be used in DV cases in Mexico now.
Well, yes, it could be used to start some sort of case, right?
There was like a Southside rat, right?
In the past, it could not. What's that?
I said there was like a Southside rat.
There was a Southside rat. I'm assuming it was a really big rat.
No. The really big rats are on the north side by you.
Oh, that's right, because we have ample amounts of food, and so they're well fed.
Ample amounts of healthy food that the rats grow so big that they can actually rob you by gunpoint.
Right. Yes, actually. Okay, I figured actually they would sort of like gnaw at your car door and carjack you, but yeah, sure. Anyway, so I wanted to finish up with this point, and I wanted to talk about how so I consider Mexicans kind of culturally conservative. And for that matter, you can say politically conservative, but even in conservative, how can I put it? basically like leftism is it's reaching into every society, even in traditionally conservative societies, like in Mexican society.
You know what? You
And
know what?
this woman,
You know
what's
what,
that?
Cowboy, the Polish community and the Mexican community share like one basic thing that makes them the same. Like my dad can
Right,
speak fluent
right. The
Spanish.
church.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, the
strictly
church. Yeah,
Roman
they're both
Catholic.
Catholic.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. The Polish community used to be very, very conservative. Yeah, absolutely.
it's
Um,
still very Roman Catholic too. It is.
sure, sure. Right.
And,
No,
and
I agree. There are
so
definitely vestiges of that.
no, like culturally, we share that between the Polish and the Mexicans. Yeah, absolutely.
So, so yeah. Anyway, and so my video segued talking about Spanish radio into another concept, and that idea is basically, how the marriage contract then becomes what you could call like a bait and switch. I remember a long time listening. I remember a long time ago listening to a podcast by Stefan Molyneux. Stefan Molyneux was talking about how within or embedded into the marriage contract, sex is definitely part of the deal. It basically is codified into law that the man is trading his time, his effort, his money, his resources, his utility in exchange for sole access to the female's sexuality. And so what's going on here is basically like one big bait and switch where the women they still want all the benefits of the marriage, right? They want the money. They want the man's time, the money, everything, but they don't want to give it up anymore. They don't want to give up sex to their husband. So, I see that as a bait and switch. I think it's just yet another attack on marriage. And I don't know. I don't know. At this point, I just openly and publicly advise men don't ever get married. And there's just yet another reason. The law is not on your side. And it just doesn't make any sense. If you're not going to get sex in marriage, then what the hell is marriage for? Well, we know what it's for. It's for, so that the woman can get what she wants. But then again, the man is screwed. And then you become, 7 years later, she gets the 7-year itch. You guys have 2 or 3 kids. She files for divorce. She takes everything. She puts a DV charge on you. You're paying, all the stuff we talk about. Alimony, palimony, child custody court. Next thing you know, you're hungry and homeless, living in a van down by the river, and you're wondering what happened. But it's really these laws. It's these laws that govern us. That was basically the point of the video. The laws in so many ways, it's the laws that are the most important thing. And I think that MGTOWs, we should lead with that idea. We should always push the idea that we have the truth on our side. The laws stipulate that a man in a relationship is the second-class citizen. So another thing worth mentioning, I was just thinking about this. I remember there was a time when my father was pushing me to date. He has kind of given up on this venture, but even just 5 or 6 years ago, he would still talk about it, and he would say this a lot. He doesn't say it anymore because now that I'm well informed, I cut his arguments down. I cut him to pieces right away. He would say things like, "Joe, the problem with you is you're afraid of women." That's what he would say. You're afraid of women. And I was not very informed on MGTOW topics. And I would kind of be like, "Oh yeah, no, it's not like that, And he would bait me and say, "Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. You just, you're afraid of women." But now he knows not to do that. The last couple of times he did that, I would say very, very articulately, I would speak in a very clear, succinct manner, and because I was very well informed, and I would say, no, no. It has nothing to do with the woman herself. I'm not physically afraid of a woman. Rather, I'm I'm afraid of the proxy violence that a woman can bring. I'm afraid that the woman can do violence to me by way of the government, right? That the woman can call the government, and then men with guns, right? We call them the police. The police going to show up, and then I get locked up, and then we know what happens next. Now it looks like we got Zombro. I see Zombro. I'm going to bring Zombro in. I want to see what Zombro has to say about DV cases. All right, I think he's here. Let's hope my phone is working properly. Mr. Eric Zombro, are you there, sir?
Yes, I am. How are you, cowboy?
I am doing well. Today is the start of my weekend.
Nice.
I was contacted by I was contacted by one of my bosses and asked me, "Do you want to work on what is it, Wednesday?" And no, wait. Yeah, Wednesday. And I was like, yeah, sure. And so instead of having 2 days off this week, I'm just going to have one. But the upside of that is I'm going to make more money, and also I still have tomorrow off.
Money's always a good thing.
Money's always good. Money's always good. So what's happening on your end?
Oh, not much. I'm getting ready to head to the gym, but I was talking about this on Reese's channel. Without the backing of the point of a gun, feminism can't last.
Right.
It's just
right. Absolutely.
And the problem is Afghanistan proves that.
Yes. Yes.
And now you have all those women's groups who are saying, that we should be back in there to die for women's rights. Did you see that?
Oh, I can tell you wholeheartedly. You couldn't pay me enough. I mean, maybe if you paid me like $1 million a year, I would be willing to be like a slimy,
still not worth it.
A greasy, grimy, slimy scumbag mercenary, and but it's still not worth it, right? Still not worth it.
Nope.
Yeah.
Is that fast?
Yeah. No, I agree.
Dak, I'd say.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
I'm sorry, Dak.
How are you, Dak?
Good, man. Eric, I don't know what's going on here, man.
Yeah, what I'm gonna try to do is when I get off of this stream, I'm gonna restart my phone and try it that way. But like I said, I was trying to send you an article, and this was another thing I wanted to point out to you, Cowboy and Polska. There's a kayak ad with a guy in a hot tub, and it's disgusting. It's disgusting. Yeah. And then the woman is like, oh, things are great. We finally are on our honeymoon. And it's this simp who paid for his ex-wife and her Chad to go on a trip to like some place, and they're all in a hot tub together. It's disgusting how they betray men. It's disgusting how they betray men.
I saw that exact. The ex-husband is on the far right, and then the woman and her new Chad or her new lover, the two of them are on the left side of the screen, and they're in like a small, hot tub.
Yeah. It's disgusting how they portray men in the media. And of course they have the comments disabled and the dislike disabled.
Yeah. So right. No, I saw that exact it's funny you mentioned that. I wanted to mention just today I saw an advertisement. Are you guys aware of the excuse me, I'm sorry, I had to belch for a second. Are you guys aware that we're at the start, or I think it's the start of the Winter Olympics? Is that right?
Oh yeah, Joker did a video on it about how there's no food. Like the American team had to bring their own food, and the Russian team is complaining, and like viewership is down something like 60 or 70%. It's a joke, and it's like it's like a propaganda show for the CCP.
Oh yeah, definitely. It definitely is. Actually, another tangent right there. It totally is, because where it's taking place, apparently it's taking the site of one of the what's it called? I'm sorry, my parlance concerning Olympic sports is very poor. The long jump, or how the skiers go down this long slope. They go down this long slope, and they jump and perform all these turns and tricks. The backdrop is like a decommissioned Chinese power plant. And the Chinese built like a little pagoda at the very top of every single power plant smokestack. It's just the strangest thing. And you know, I was watching. You know, I'm at work and I'm watching it coming and going, and they're making comments like, "Oh, look, isn't this an amazing backdrop?" And you know, wow, look at the progress going on over here, and all this. And it's like, okay, whatever. But that's not what I wanted to mention. What I wanted to mention was, yeah, I was watching the Olympics, and one of the commercials was a very famous actor. I think it was Matthew McConaughey. You guys ever hear of Matthew McConaughey?
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah. He was making some commercial, and the backdrop is like he's in space, and then all of a sudden it like segues to him actually being in like a hot balloon, and he's just talking about like all of these like leftist talking points. He's talking about like, yeah, you know, we gotta like save the earth, and you know, we have to accept, you know, our role in that, and then it cuts to this other scene that's really leftist, and this other scene, and then it climaxes or it crescendos with it shows a man and a woman in front of a priest or some sort of, you know, I don't know. It's obviously a wedding, and it shows, you know, obviously the man getting ready to marry the woman, and he specifically says like, we also have to reestablish trust between men and women. He said that we need to reestablish trust between men and women. And then I think afterwards it was like hashtag planet or hashtag Team Earth. Let's go Team Earth. It was the strangest thing. Like they're just pushing all this leftism, and then at the very end, it openly promotes men simping to women by marrying them.
But
he said that we need to reestablish trust between men and women. That's what he said verbatim, and I was like, wow. I mean, I don't even know what to think. I'm happy because it makes me think that Mgtow, what we're doing, is making a dent.
Oh,
at the same time, I see that.
Cowboy, I don't know if you Fastack and the guys in the chat know of him, but Raging Golden Eagle.
No.
Yes. Okay. I never really got into him, but yes.
Okay.
I think he's still around.
Yeah. Oh no, he's still around and he's making great content. But he has a video. It's a little older. It's about a year old, and it's a video about Denmark, and it's called.
Is that where the government? Is that where the government was begging the men?
Do it for Denmark.
Right.
80% of the men in Denmark will
not touch a woman.
Won't even consider dating. Denmark is panicking, and there was I forget where I saw it, but. There was some university, I think in either Berlin or Belgium, in Brussels. They're panicking because the birth rates are at like 1.0 per like 1,000 people married or whatever.
Yeah.
And the marriage rate is like not even. It's like lowest than when they started recording it in Europe, in all of Western Europe. And
sure.
And the United States, we just crossed that threshold, and I think Canada just crossed that threshold. I think within the last year and a half, 2 years, that it's at the lowest point ever.
Yeah, it is here. Diamond sales are way down.
Yes.
About that. Diamond sales in the U.S. content creator
destroyed.
What's his name again?
Raging Golden Eagle.
Golden Eagle. Okay. Yes. Again, I've heard of him.
I'll send you a link. You'll like his stuff.
I was going to say I've heard of him. I think I used to be subscribed to him. My problem with his work, first off, I think his work is great. It's top notch. My only problem is his videos are they're exceedingly long. He doesn't. If my memory serves me, he doesn't make short, 10-minute videos. He makes like 3 hour.
He does a lot of live streaming. He does like a lot of gaming and anime stuff. But his Mgtow content is awesome.
Yeah. No, it's A1. I agree. I just that's a small I don't know. That's just like a personal thing with me. If the content gets too long, anything more than about 20 to 25 minutes, and it's a bit much unless I'm on a long.
I told you that. Yeah, I told you that trick to do with SSM channel, right?
Oh yeah, you told me skip to minute 9 or something. That's your personal.
Go right to 9 minutes 30 seconds. Every every SSM.
Yeah, like if he would just read the goddamn story and not interject his opinion, we all have learned a story, you know. If he would just read the story, his videos would be like 8 minutes long.
Yes, every SSM video, if you go to 9 minutes 30 seconds, that's where it starts picking up.
You know what? I used to do that with Dr. Steve's video. I would just jump to like minute 45, and then he would get past the advertisement. You can do that with the quartering too. Yeah, you know what?
Oh yes, definitely.
Eric, I did see that commercial. Okay, and I was telling I was on Chris Mitchell's live stream yesterday, and I saw a video I had the Olympics on because I was watching the Big Air with the nuclear fucking power plants in the background. Yeah, yeah. I love watching the girls wipe out on the.
Don't we all?
You know what? The great thing about them is they got the lower center of gravity, so they can fucking, you know, spin and pivot and stuff like that. But when they hit hard. Just wait till the trans.
Yeah, right. I was watching that today.
Yeah. I was watching it yesterday, and I seen the commercial, and I was telling Chris Mitchell about this, and they did a fucking commercial about the wage gap. It was a white dude and like a POC girl, you know, person of color. I don't know if she was black, Indian, or whatever the hell she was. And they both have the same job, right? And yet at the end of the commercial, the guy says, yet I make $17,000 more than her. Okay. And they don't say that since fucking 1963, the Equal Pay Act has been enacted for almost 60 years now. This is 59 years. It's 2022, right? So this is going to be 60 years. And nobody says, hey, you know what? I work all the overtime. The guy says, I work the overtime. I don't take the days off. And, you know, he says, I get paid $17,000 more a year.
That's because it's bullshit.
Yeah. I started off at the police department making $28,000 a year, but I started doing midnights and I would do, 2-3 hours of overtime. So I was hustling. I was making around 50, but I was working hard. And then like I used to work with a girl who did day tours, and she used to get pissed because, we make the same base pay, but she didn't hustle.
Mm-hmm.
Right. If I may interject, both my parents were Chicago police officers, and it's highly illegal. You can't pay female officers less, and yet like 99, literally 97% of all the male police officers end up making more. And when you look at why, it's because of hours worked. It's because the females. They want to have my father, he would work in the projects. He would work in Cabrini Green. Every extra day he could get, he would work. He would work on Christmas. He would come and hang out with us in the morning until noon or 1, and then he would go work the late shift in the hood.
Right. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but the Long Island Railroad.
Guys, I'm going to drop out.
All right, brother Bob.
Okay. No, I'm sorry. I'm not familiar at all with New York geography.
Okay, well, Long Island Railroad is like the biggest railroad that services Long Island to New York City, and Long Island to like the hubs in New York City to go like to Amtrak and stuff like that. Anyway, a group of a feminazi group was saying that the female conductors, and there weren't enough engineers and everything else like that. So they did a study that, there's female conductors and they're given the same opportunities, but what they showed, and Joker did a video on this too, and it was like he had like a rail company from like I think California. The women weren't like taking advantage of like working like the midnight up until like 4 to midnight, or starting at 3 o'clock in the morning for the rush hour. They were working like 7 to 3, just like a normal day job. So like they didn't take advantage of like the overtime shifts or shifts where you get night diff, or they didn't pick up holiday pay. you know, a lot of them were failing out of like the engineering course to become you know, train drivers and stuff. But it was really interesting. I think the study's still published someplace.
I'm actually reminded of Professor Jordan Peterson. He's spoken about this at length on numerous occasions, and he talks about I think the way he puts it, he says it's not. I forget how he puts it. It's not a wage gap. It's an earnings gap. Yeah. Simply put, men work more. Men work longer hours, and then he also adds some addendums to that, as he says, like, I guess at least in the private sector, men are more likely to ask for raises, and then I guess women are more. I don't know what's the term. They're more gun shy, not gun shy. They don't want to do dangerous work.
Yeah, and they're not as
so
aggressive.
Take all that.
And they're not as aggressive in pursuing a higher salary, like during, like, you know, negotiations for a raise or promotions or whatever.
Yeah, all of that. So basically, taken all together, they don't ask for raises. They're not willing to do work that's like dirty or dangerous, and they don't work as many hours. It's really that simple. But you never see it framed that way. You always see it framed as like, you know, she's a victim, you're some guy.
Well,
you're an asshole.
If
I don't know about you, but
the information, you can make it say whatever you want.
Oh, hell yeah. I definitely think they're going to be trying to go after the trades. That's just my opinion.
Hey,
what I would say to that is
guys.
I actually don't mind. I mean, women, for example, women are, I think, like 4.5 or almost 5% of truckers. It wouldn't bother me if women were 6 or 8% of truckers. I would say my hat goes off to them because, you know, I mean, whatever. It is dangerous or whatever, but, you know, at least but what I'm trying to say is if they can do the job, that's cool. That's great.
That's fine.
I just don't like how.
Out of all the women I worked with, I would trust maybe 2.
Yeah, but those women were probably bigger. They were probably taller than the average woman. They were probably heavier and stronger than the average woman.
My one partner, Marianne, she boxed, she wrestled. She's also a flaming lesbian, but you know, but she was definitely the most trustworthy. And then the other one was this girl, Nancy. But that's it. The rest were useless. I saw a woman get
someone dropped.
Just lolly smacked around by her freaking ponytail, and she quit the next day.
and it makes me feel bad. I mean, I don't, it's not, we want women to do well, but the problem is, the real truth is, who would you want dragging you out of a burning building? You're talking about, you're
talking about that John Stossel thing, where the fire department
I think that's where I stole it from. Yeah. Who would you want if you're a cop and you go to the hood and the chances of some sort of physical altercation transpiring, who do you want having your back? Some 120-pound woman or a 220-pound man who's like 5 inches taller? Come on.
Yeah. No, I've seen it firsthand. Yeah.
Definitely.
And it's not, I'm not saying that you shouldn't try and everything else like that. That's fine. But there's a difference between reality and, the girl power movement. And this girl got hurt, and I mean hurt. She had I think she had like something like 60% of her hair ripped out. She had neck injury.
Whoa. Okay. Was that person on some sort of narcotics or something?
No. He just said, okay, lock me up. And when she tried, he beat the crap out of her.
Wow.
When we got there, I mean, he literally was whipping her around the air by her hair, by her ponytail.
Yeah.
And then he threw her against the wall.
So much for girl power there. So
yeah.
Anyway, Mgtow, let's see who's here. Is Mgtow by Logic? Are you here?
I don't think he's here.
I think he dropped.
Okay, I let him in, but maybe he dropped.
Cowboy, I'm gonna drop out so someone else can come in. But great talking to you.
Yeah,
Fast Jack, I'm gonna restart my phone and redo everything and see if that works. But have a good night, guys. Take care.
All right, buddy. Take care. Yeah, that was weird, man. He came, like, Eric got blocked, and I didn't block anybody on my phone, so I don't know what the hell's going on. It's very weird. Very weird.
Oh.
Very weird shit, man. You there, Cowboy?
Yeah, I'm right here. Just if I can just mention, if anyone wants to call in, it's the more the merrier. Oh wow, I think I see Blind Assassin Mgtow. Oh yeah, man, Blind Assassin, what's up, man? You and I had communicated earlier today. I know I told you that I said I'd be available after 10, but 10 turned into 11 plus. But yeah, if you still want to call in, bro, the link is at the top. In fact, I'll drop it again right now.
Yeah, just drop it.
Oh, okay. OST Factory says share the link. So sorry. I'm sorry. When I leave it all the way at the top, then it sort of whatchamacallit. I have to repost it like every 10 minutes.
Okay. So are you watching this live right now on YouTube? Like, do you have two phones going, or you just have the one phone going on StreamYard?
Just one. I'm operating off of one phone, and I guess this is on StreamYard.
Okay. Okay, cool.
So what else is good? What's good in the hood?
Not much, man. I went ice fishing today. That was pretty cool.
That's totally cool.
Yeah, spent about 5 hours on the ice. Only caught a couple small jackfish, but hell, it was good to go out with the boys, drink a bunch of beer.
Oh yeah. Oh God, yes. I've gone ice fishing one time. It was a wonderful experience. I think between the 5 of us, we probably drank at least like 50 or 60 beers. Yeah, we caught a whole bunch of fish. Actually, I want to talk to you about that a little bit. How much experience do you have ice fishing?
Lots. I've been doing it all my life.
Yeah, okay, so you know.
Yeah.
So, can you lay on us some of the parlance, some of the vocabulary concerning what is it called? Okay, so I think it's called an auger. It's a thing that you use.
Yep. Yeah, ice auger with an engine on the
ice
top.
Auger?
Yeah, with an engine on the top. And then you drill a hole in the ice.
Yeah, it's got like a little 50cc engine or something.
Yeah. And our ice up here in Alberta, Canada, our ice is 3 feet thick, so we drive our pickup trucks on the ice and everything.
Right. Mm-hmm. I think when we did it, we did not drive a car on. We had to like park it and then walk like 500 feet onto a lake, and they have these little. It was like a little 4-man tent, and we would drill a whole bunch of little holes, and you got these tiny little these tiny little fishing rods. And then what he would do is he would in a circular he would go around and drill like 20 holes in the ice in a circular pattern around our tent. And he would drop all these lines. And what is it called? It's like this little contraption with a little flag, and whenever the fish bites it, the flag goes up, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's called a pop-up.
Can you talk about that for a second? Just explain some of that.
It's just a pop-up. So when your rod goes down, you bend your rod down and you put it on it's like a little mouse trap thing, kind of thing.
Okay.
So when the fish hits the bait, it triggers, and then it flips the rod up and hooks the fish, and you either get a flag or a bell on the end of it, one or the other.
Oh, a bell. Okay, okay.
There.
I didn't know that there was also a bell, or it could be sound alerted, but and then like every 10 minutes we would look outside of the tent. Someone would like peek their head outside the tent, and if you saw a flag waving, that means that there was a fish at the end of that line. Yeah,
you got it.
Okay. Now again, I've only done it once. Sounds like you've done it many times, so
all my life. Yeah, lots of times, man. Lots of times.
I'm very jealous. Okay, I let a couple gentlemen into the stream. If you guys can just go around the table and just introduce yourselves.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mgtow Biologic.
Hey, brother.
Cowboy, nice to talk to you again. I was on the other night with you.
Yes, it was a pleasure.
Yeah. How's everybody else doing?
Good, man.
Good.
Yeah, excellent.
Hi, gentlemen. This is OST Factory. How are you doing today?
OST, what's up, man? Long time no speak to you. How you been, bro?
I've been good. What about you?
I'm also okay. Let's see. I can't remember the last time I spoke to you. It was at least like 5 or 6 months ago.
No, like 2 months or 3 months ago.
2 months ago? No, it had to be more than that.
Never mind. I'm here, so we can talk.
Yeah. Well, it's great to have you. What's new in India? Was it? I'm sorry. Was it Delhi? Are you from Delhi?
Yeah. Close to Delhi. Yeah.
Close to Delhi. Okay. What's new? What's popping over in India right now?
Same old.
Yeah, same old. Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, so I was a little late to join the stream, so I was listening to the other gentleman when you were talking about the wage gap thing and the Do It for Denmark commercial that I've also seen that commercial. So
yeah.
I would like to think that whenever we see these videos and these Mgtow content, we think that we are making like a good like an impact. We are making a dent in the gynocracy, but
I think we are.
but then I turn around and I see Sims marrying like these women left and right, and even in the Mgtow community, like if you really read the comments, you'll see. Okay, and another thing that I would like to point out, that I have started noticing a lot of women in the like on the Mgtow channels in the comment section.
Yeah.
You'll see a lot of women now, and some of them will will sing their old tune, like, oh, these women are horrible, will never do this and that, and you can see in the reply on Mgtow videos, like people saying, I hope all women are like you, and all that crap, and I want to facepalm myself into oblivion. And I think that we are making an impact, but like even people in the manosphere, like who call themselves Mgtow, are like still thirsty for female validation. Like it's truly heartbreaking.
Of course we are.
You know what? It's like Barbarossa said. Even the females now that realize what trap they've got themselves into, the ones that are smart enough to realize it, they know it's too late. So they're trying to jump on our ship. They know the ship is sinking, right? So they're rats trying to get off the goddamn ship. Just like Chris Mitchell was saying with the politicians, with the Trudeau's policy, they know that this shit ain't gonna last anymore, and they're trying to get off the ship, and they're trying to get on a lifeboat, which is Mgtow. We got off the ship. We are done with the gynocentrism. That's it. We're done. Cowboy, I wanted to ask you one thing. Did you figure out how to wrench yet? Because we got everybody in here, and you haven't wrenched anybody.
Again, no, I have not. I do think in the future, I'm sure I will, and you'll probably be the person to help me do it. But no, as of yet, no, I've not.
You should be able to do it by now. Just click on our names and see what pops up, and it should give you. You look for the 3 rings and look for the moderator, add as mod and stuff like that, because you got all these good guys on here that I have no links to. If you give me a wrench, I can go to their channel real quick, check them out, sub to them, and then share them real quick and make everybody sub to everybody and grow all of us. That's the whole point of it.
Yeah, no, again, I tried. I actually tried earlier. We're already like 45 minutes into the stream. I just can't do it. I showed you. I gave you my phone. So we'll figure it out. I promise.
All right. When are you going to upgrade your phone?
tomorrow. I promise. Okay. Anyway, moving on. There's another gentleman.
Hold on a second, Cowboy. Hamster's in town, and we might have some free time. When is your open day this week?
I'm off tomorrow. I was supposed to be off the day after tomorrow as well, but I picked the day up, so I'm off tomorrow.
You're off tomorrow. All right. I'll text Hamster and see if we can get something going. All right.
Yeah, maybe we can meet up tomorrow. Let's go for some pizza pie.
All right. I'll drop out and let the man speak. You guys have the floor.
Yeah, right. We have some other guests here. Quickly, let's see. I got Mgtow by Logic, OST Factory, myself, and then I've got is it Red Pill? I can't see the whole name. Red Pill Ass.
Okay, guys, go for it. I'm out.
See you, Bob.
Oh, Red Pill Assassin. Is that it? Red Pill Assassin, are you there? Red Pill Assassin?
Volume or mic issues then. I was having sound issues when I joined the first time. The sound wasn't coming through, so I had to rejoin.
Oh, who is that? Is that Logic?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. I'm trying to get this this gentleman Red Pill Assassin to make himself known. Red Pill Assassin, are you there, sir? Please make yourself known, or otherwise I'm gonna drop you from the stream. Yeah, I'm gonna remove you from the stream. Or it looks like you just removed yourself right now. Maybe you fell. I don't know what's going on. Okay. All right, and then there were three. Let's see who's in. Mgtow by Logic, myself, OST. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So OST. I wanted to make a comment. I remember this was a long time ago. This was like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. I was listening to what's his name? The monkey. What's his name? The monkey guy who's into those sex toys and the waifus.
TFM.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Right, Church Fleeing Monkey. Yeah, I was listening to Church Fleeing Monkey, and he was using an example of how women are very. The way he puts it is, women are communistic. Women want communism when it comes to the economy, but they're capitalistic when it comes to the bedroom. And he was giving many examples, and one of the examples he was giving was in India. And he was talking about, I can't remember what city, it doesn't matter. In one of the major cities, there was this kerfuffle. There was this big problem with the taxi companies. And he used that as an example. He was talking about, but they're not taxis, they're like rickshaws. Do you know what a rickshaw? Do you guys know what a rickshaw is?
Yes.
Yeah. So apparently the women of this city, they were demanding a certain percentage ownership of the rickshaws, or the rickshaw companies. And what they found is the women, they wanted ownership of the actual rickshaw companies, but they were not willing to work the rickshaw. So men would do that too. Men would start a rickshaw company. Like, for example, imagine you're a man, you're 25 years old, you buy a rickshaw, you start your own rickshaw company, you start with one rickshaw, and you're basically like an owner-operator, and you're going around servicing people and transporting them. Well, they would do well, or they would make money and their companies would survive. The women would do the same thing, except the women did not want to, they didn't want to work the rickshaw. And so they would try to get men to work it for them, but the men would not work for them, or they would work for them for a day or 2 days, and then they would quit because the profit margin wasn't enough. And TFM was talking about how this is a perfect example of how women want communism in the economy. They like the idea. Essentially, they don't mind being the owner if they can just sit back and collect checks. But if they have to be the owner and have to do any amount of actual work, they don't want to do it. So it's like the concept of getting a paycheck but not having to go to work. And I just remember that example, and that example always stuck with me.
Also bear in mind that driving a rickshaw is a hard work. I mean, it's hard work, right? I mean, until recently, there were no battery or motorized operated rickshaws. So you had to,
pedal.
You had to pedal it.
You had to pedal your fucking ass. Yeah.
Yeah. So And Mark Rudolph says something similar. Have you heard of Mark Rudolph?
Yeah, he's a billionaire. I think of is he on Shark Tank?
I'm not sure.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
No,
No. I'm sorry. I was thinking of Mark Cuban. I'm sorry.
No, Mark Rudolph, Rudov. So
yeah, no, I feel like I've heard of him. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was one of my like one of my very early what do you call it, forays into manosphere. Yeah. And he said that women are capitalistic when it comes to their work, and when they are socialist at home. So they want to earn as much money as they can while they're at work, and when they come home they want socialism, because they want their husbands to transfer their wealth to them. So
yeah. No, I'm sorry. I'm having total recall. I know exactly who Mark Rudolph is. He's like, I don't know, maybe looks like Italian or Jewish. He's got like black hair, slicked back. He's real smart talking.
Yeah, that's the guy.
I know also, who he is. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, you two, TFM and Mark are all being too generous, in my opinion. I think that the females only want to default back to collectivism as their fallback. That's like their second choice. They're fine with capitalism if they're at the top.
Right. Of course. I couldn't agree more.
So
I think women,
the boss babes will be the boss babes, or she'll take the rich husband, and they're fine with capitalism then. But then, if they can't get that, then they demand to get, well, we have to split all of this evenly. Yeah. Of course you want to split it all evenly.
I couldn't agree more.
You're lazy.
Right. That's all it really comes down to is laziness. I'm sorry to say it. Like, look at voting patterns. I remember learning what was it? There was a statistic saying, what was it, back in 2020? When was Obama? When was the first time Obama was voted into office? Was it 20?
I think it was 20.
Was it 08?
2008. Yeah, 08.
I think it was 8. Yeah. 2008. 2008. He's voted in. There was some huge disparity between the voting patterns of married women versus unmarried women. And of course, we know that married women have secured the bag, so to speak. They have a man who's making money for them. Women who had husbands were far more likely to vote conservative. And of course, the women who don't have husbands were way more likely to vote Democrat. And the idea behind that, of course, is what Mgtow by Logic just stated. If they have secured, within a capitalist system, a man who gives them money or transfers wealth over to them, they want to keep that money. They don't believe in redistribution of wealth. But if it's like Mgtow Logic said, if they have not secured that, then all of a sudden they're all about collectivism. So I think
it's also something of a function of age. So there have been plenty of studies on that as well. And people who pay taxes and are older, they have to earn the money and then pay the taxes. They tend to vote more conservative. People who are younger and don't pay any taxes, they vote more Democrat.
And are in thousands of dollars of debt.
True.
Yeah. I've heard that as well.
And also, Cowboy, the comment about Jordan Peterson. So I remember the entire thing that he said. So he said that the wage gap has been debunked. So there is no wage gap, but there is an income gap, because men are more likely to work for longer hours. Men are more likely to work dangerous and risky jobs. Men are more likely to work outside. So these are some of the points.
Let me offer and invest more, so they create passive income.
Right.
Precisely.
Over time. So a man in his 50s the average man in his 50s is a lot more likely than a woman to be owning real estate or having some other type of passive income, ownership in businesses or whatever.
Yes, I've seen multiple articles talking about how oh, there's this huge problem that we have to address, and it's it has to do with women. And women, when they retire, they have, blah, 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 whatever percentage less than the average woman has so much less, than a man does upon retirement. And we got to do something about it.
Okay. Like what?
But it's the same thing. It's always the same thing. We need to take men's money and we need to give it to women. That's all they're saying.
I see. Because we wouldn't want to ask them to stop purchasing so much stuff throughout their lifetime at Home Goods, right? Like, how many pillows
I'm convinced
candles and bullshit you need to buy,
I'm convinced that's actually what it is. It's in fact, I think our whole society, you could say our economy, I prefer the word society. I think our whole society is actually formatted in that manner. It's all about figuring out how to transfer as much wealth from the man to the woman. The corporations have figured, the governments, the corporations, they have figured this out. They understand.
Yeah.
If you want to keep this capitalism type system going, you got to figure out how to get the money out of the hands of the man and in the hands of the woman. The woman, right? She's going to spend the money. So the money is going to flow from the man to the woman, and then from the woman to the corporations, to the government. Or let's say, for example, in family court, it's same thing. Transfer of wealth from the man to the woman, facilitated by who? By the government. Well, who gets paid? Well, look at family court.
Yeah.
Everyone, police, judges, lawyers, stenographers, caseworkers, bailiffs, the courts, they're all getting paid. It's all off the backs of the man. So yeah, that's really what it is. And that's what Mgtow is about, right? I mean, I'm sure you guys agree with me. It's about informing the men of this truth and then getting the men to actively avoid these pitfalls.
Yeah. And you have to plan your life differently in the financial aspect. What you were laying out is the way that the economy is generally run right now. It's also part of the way the government wants to print off all the bonds. They just spend money, and the Fed's going to buy those bonds up and print money, and then you're encouraging your society to have all of these split households, so that you got to have twice as many residences built.
You got to have twice as many refrigerators.
Yep.
Twice as many toasters
separately. Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Logic.
So what you're talking about is something that is out there to be done, but you have to really you have to know what's going on and then set up your plan to do it differently. But it's basically cutting your expenses and you doing your investments and taking advantage of inflation, get a little bit of loans going, buy some real estate, buy crypto, buy stocks, invest in companies, and don't fall for the trap, right? Don't fall for the consumerism trap.
Right. The materialism. You can. I made a video on minimalism. And I was talking about this small little car I own. I have good credit. I check my credit weekly. I honestly, no bullshit, they'd give me a loan for a car for 20, 22, 25, 30, maybe $1,000. But I bought a used car for just under $13,000.
Yep.
So it's the same business. OST Factory. Do you remember? I think I had this conversation with you. I was talking about a famous car out of India called the Tata. Remember that?
Tata Nano.
Well, I'm talking. Well, yeah, no, I'm talking about the original Tata, the very first one. It couldn't. Yeah, so it only got up to like 65, or it only got up to like 60 miles an hour.
Yeah. So last time you asked me this question. So Tata is the name of the company, and and the name of the car was Nano.
Mm-hmm.
So the car was called Tata Nano.
Yes.
So it's not.
I can't. Yeah.
So it's not being produced currently.
It is, or it is no longer being produced.
It's no longer being manufactured.
Okay. Well, the reason why I bring that up is I just wanted to mention. I remember in its very first year of production, it was again a brand new car, brand new car.
Right.
It was I think it was a subcompact. It was a 4-door compact sedan or subcompact. I think it was $3,000 brand new. I mean, wow. Even though it could only get up to 60 miles an hour, I mean, $3,000 for a brand new car. You can't touch a brand new car in the United States for probably under 12 or 14,000, and that's on the real cheap end.
Yep.
So I just wanted to bring that up.
And it was pretty pretty sturdy for the price as well.
Well, yeah, and also, just worth mentioning, like, it was a modern car. I mean, it had power steering. It had windshield wipers, but they would cut corners. Like, maybe it didn't have power windows. You'd have to, what's it called, with the manual windows where you got to roll it up.
Yeah, but if you can spend a little bit more, you can go for a like an upper variant where you can get power windows for all 4 doors. Like in the base variant, as far as I can recall, only the front 2 windows had power windows. The back, the rear 2 doors had manual. But if you can spend a little bit more, you can get 4 power windows.
Sure, absolutely. I believe it. Anywho, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Cowboy,
go ahead.
I would. So you made a so you were talking about the Mgtow wants men about these pitfalls, about the family court and all that shit that's going on. So I want to take it a step further and say that men have to really think long and hard about this, because women have shown their true colors. Think about it. If you and me are in a forest and we are camping, and you have a knife and I have a knife, right? And so you can stab me to death and I can stab you to death, but we will not. Why? Not because we are afraid of the law, but we consider each other as friends, right? So if a man is marrying a woman, and the woman is only not robbing the man just because it's not the right opportunity, so do you think it is so? Even if laws change in favor of men, so do you think it's a prudent thing to do, to get married to someone knowing that they are not taking you to the cleaners just because the laws doesn't allow them, or they don't have the right opportunity? If that makes any sense.
No, that makes perfect sense. Logic. What do you think about that?
I mean, there are a lot of different answers depending on what people's goals are. If you're trying to have kids, then and a stable family, then you're going to try, right? So then you try risk mitigation techniques, but
when you say risk, what was that again? A risk mitigation. Say that again. Risk mitigation techniques, like what? Like a fiduciary trust, so she can't touch the money, or
or what we were talking about last time I was on, assuming that you're going to end up getting divorced anyway, and trying to structure your finances so that there's plenty left at the end to be able to actually split.
Yeah. I just you just could not, and I'm not saying this you. I'm saying the general you. Anyone. No, you just can't. You can't. No one could convince me that is a viable solution. No, right now, there's just no getting married. Were you listening when I was talking about? Were you listening at the very beginning of this stream?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about how in Mexico, and Mexico is kind of a conservative country, even they're changing the laws where now they're introducing this marital these marital grape laws, where it's like, okay, what's the point of getting married? Obviously, the man wants to get sex. Well, is it not a bait and switch? If you get married, you actually give the woman, you sign the contract with the woman, and then she can just turn around and say no sex. It's just the whole thing. I'm sorry, but the contract, man, the contract has been so.
I agree with you. I mean, the modern woman really doesn't want to be married.
That's really what it is. women don't want us anymore. They're just trying to figure out a way legally to put the screws to us.
Yeah. If they can figure out a way to get everything without being married at all, then plenty of them are choosing to do that, right? Like there you go. They'll try and have your kid without even being married, and they'll just take off, and then you get court papers and served court papers, at your work, and
there you go.
You're paying money. So, but some people will even choose that. If they want kids, if you want kids, right? What are your other options?
Yeah, no, I definitely want children, but you have surrogacy. There's always surrogacy. There's always gestational surrogacy.
Yeah, and that's not much of an option or very affordable for most people either. So,
yeah, I suppose. I think later in life it will be an option for me though, and if I have to, I'll go on the cheap. Instead of in the U.S., it'll cost $100,000. Yeah, just go to the Ukraine, baby.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, the system is just so screwed up on so many different levels, and that's why I think each guy has to come through all of this information and then try and figure out a path for himself. That's part of what Mgtow is all about, but that's why it's hard to give any kind of prescription on, here's what everyone should go and do or whatever, because it's really so individual. So, I've tried the things for me, and yeah, my wife still ended up leaving too. So, it really doesn't matter. Like, look at everybody in the world who ends up getting divorced. There's millionaires. Yeah, there's billionaires.
I was just about to say, think of the richest men in the world. Look at Donald Trump. Look at Donald Trump. Look at what is it, Jeff Bezos?
Gates,
Bill Gates,
all of them.
Who is that guy? Who is that Arab billionaire? I think he married Janet Jackson, and then it was written into the contract if Janet Jackson stays with him for over 2 years, she's guaranteed, what was it, like $500 million. The day after the 2-year mark, she gets divorced, or she files papers.
There's one of the 5 million princes in the Emirates or wherever, somewhere over there. His wife, he's on his second or third wife, and she got some kind of emergency entry, refugee status or something into England, and then she filed for divorce in England, and then he had to go to court there. Neither of them are even citizens there, and now he's going through divorce court in England. It's
there. You go. Next thing you know, there's going to be extradition.
Yeah.
I don't understand how England has jurisdiction in Saudi Arabia. I'm assuming you're speaking about Saudi Arabia. I think it's the Saudi crown that has over 4,000 princes and princesses, and yeah, they basically constitute like the lower nobility in that country, and they're all running around, partying it up, and they get, I don't know the details, but they get a cut of that oil money.
Yeah,
they're all millionaires.
Yeah, and that
just quickly, if I can.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Logic. If I could say, if anyone else wants to jump in the stream, please jump in the stream, especially David Cummings. What's up, man? I see you. It's a pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure to have you visit my spot, man. If you want to call in, this guy David Cummings, man, he is a gentleman and a scholar. He's one of the most informed Mgtow I've ever had the opportunity to speak with. So it's good to see you, Dave. I'm sorry, you were saying, Logic?
Hope he calls in. Yeah, I was going to say that's part of why I push back a little bit when red pill people talk about the concept of be better, and then you could develop into a top tier man, and then you'll be able to get women. If you do that, all you do is move the bell curve, and then women are still just going to want, quote unquote, the best. So all they do is move their bell curve of expectations further than you've moved the bell curve.
I think you're referring to CME and Kevin Samuels
and Rollo, and yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. Rhinestone and all.
Yeah,
I get a different message from those guys, and the improvement that I'm interested in doing is for my own benefit, and if it tangentially gets me some particular enjoyments or whatever from the females, then that's kind of incidental. I'm doing it for myself, for my family, for my friends, and for the people I want to help build Mgtow with and mentor, and get to early retirement and have everyone else enjoy themselves as well. So I don't know. I think it's just kind of useless to be so focusing on chasing tail. It doesn't matter.
Think they're all.
If you make another million, it doesn't. She's not going to stay. Like, it doesn't matter. Then she'll just say you should have made 4. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah. That's unfortunate to say, but I completely agree with you. Again, if you're a billionaire, you can literally give a woman anything she wants. Yeah. She could say she wants an elephant, and then you got your only reply is you want an African elephant or an Asian elephant.
Yeah,
it's never enough. It's never enough. So let's see.
But hey guys, what's up?
Hello.
Yeah, hey, what's up? Please introduce yourself. Who's this?
It's David Cummings.
Oh, David Cummings. Okay. I'm sorry. On my invite a guest screen, participation screen, it just has you as D.
Yeah. I don't know, for some reason. I don't know. It let me type my name in, but whatever. It's me.
Okay, that's fine. And then also, if I could just send out this PSA right now, the blind pill. I saw that you wrote in the personal chat. Can anyone hear me? No, I can't hear you. I don't know if anyone else can hear you. I guess you're claiming that you're trying to talk. Your mic. You said you adjusted your mic. I can't hear a word you're saying, bro. So, yeah, I'm gonna kick you out. If you want, call again. I'll immediately let you in. Try to get your mic going. All right, go ahead. How's it going, Mr. Cummings? It's great to speak with you.
Likewise. How's everyone here? You guys cooling? Everything cool?
All good.
Doing good. How are you?
I'm going all right. Good to hear.
Yeah. Yeah, David. What do you want me to call you? Just David or Mr. Cummings or?
Yeah, David. That's cool.
Dave. Okay, yeah, David. I remember the second strike that I received on my channel was basically because of you. Oh no, it's okay. No, it's not his fault. It's my fault for loading the video. But it's weird because the first half of the video. Okay, so basically, David did a video with I think it was Jay Mgtow, and I liked the video, and so I took a portion of it. I put 15 minutes up, and no problem. I put the second half, and then I got a strike for it. And they were basically talking about like Mgtow issues, the manosphere, and like the evolving, just everything, SYSBM, the manosphere, women, the Bible, everything. And it got me a strike. I couldn't believe it. So, but yeah, I remember speaking with you, and of course just listening to you and Jay Mgtow and the whole group, all you guys. And yeah, I was very impressed with what you had to say, Dave. You seem like you're very well versed in the manosphere.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but it's not really anything that I'm gonna say I'm proud of. It's just it's just that I pretty much listen and I watch. It's just common sense, pretty much.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I don't know that it's that common. I mean, I would say it's so uncommon among the general population that red pill type guys, we have to escape, these online communities to even meet people who think like us.
Yeah, well, yeah, we are the red pillars. Yeah, we are the what do you call it? The red women in the dress,
Oh, Dave, did you see that recent? I did not watch it when it first came out, but I saw it on a Hammerhand live stream. Did you see that recent interview between Kevin Samuels and Nicki Minaj?
I seen a little bit of it. I was just I don't really care about that kind of stuff, so I just kind of like I skimmed over it. But I seen enough to know that he was kind of like simping, kind of like he wasn't going as hard as he normally does, but I don't care anyway. I figured as much. Because you gotta understand, like, Kevin Samuels, go ahead. All right.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Kevin Samuels, you gotta understand, like, Kevin Samuels, the reason why he's not, like, think about it, the reason why he's not getting kicked off or getting any strikes for talking the way he does to females is because he's homosexual. So they look at it
I don't now. Please, I'm sorry. Please hold. I'll back up that trolley. Do you have any proof to back that up? Because I've heard that multiple times before. I have not seen any concrete proof of that. The only thing I saw was. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Thumbnail when he's sitting there. The thumbnail when he's sitting there with his hands like he has his hand cocked like forward as if like he just shot a basketball or whatever. There was a clip where he was like there was a mistake. I think there was something going on.
There was a man in his bed.
Exactly. Yeah, that.
Okay. I saw that.
You watch his mannerism. I mean, come on. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Man's a homosexual, bro. So come on.
Where there's smoke, there's fire. Okay. Well, what I was that aside. Okay. So I don't know. I haven't seen any concrete evidence suggesting that he is homosexual. I've heard a couple things. For example, I remember one time he was having he was Ken Del Rican, another prominent MGTOWer. He had some video, and it was a clip of Kevin Samuels talking with some other guy, and he was being very, very explicit. And he was like, "How big is your
Bro,
member?"
Listen, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Okay, you seen that show? You seen that guy that made that song "Old Town Road"?
What song?
The Old Town Road.
No, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar.
Old Town. Oh my God, what's the guy's name? Little Nas X.
Oh, I'm very familiar with that man. I shouldn't say very familiar, but I know of him, and I did watch an entire video of his where he was basically like getting freaky with the devil himself.
Yes, that guy. Okay, now before he became like famous, no one knew he was gay. No one had a clue. They thought his song was very cool. And it was a cool. It's still a cool song, but we had no idea there was any gay connotation to it until you learn that shit is gay. So it's the same thing with Kevin Samuels. Yeah, he'll come off as he just to come off as just to kind of like have some kind of credibility, like okay, he's going after men, blah blah blah. But truth be told, the guy's homosexual. He's a homosexual. It's obvious he's homosexual. You wanna know how I know he's homosexual? Because there's no way on earth he's able to talk to women like that and not get canceled. He's homosexual. Come on. A black guy talking shit to women.
Cowboy.
Yeah. OST. I'm gonna call you Factory. Is that okay, Factory?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Factory. Logic, Factory, and David.
So I think David has raised a really good point about Kevin Samuels. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, regardless of the fact that whether if he's a homosexual or not, like any thoughts on why he doesn't doesn't get the same resistance or blow back from like YouTube and social media?
Sure.
I mean,
sure, yeah, right. Basically, why do they allow him to grow so big? See, that's why that's what I was gonna say. Is like that's why in a way he's so important. He has well over 1 million subscribers. He openly talks about, he's mentioned Mgtow before. He openly talks about red pill, our ideas. Some people call him the Godfather, Godfather of the of what were we gonna say, Dave?
I'm sorry. Because when you think about it, I don't know if you guys ever heard of a guy named Tommy Sotomayor. I don't know if you ever heard of him before.
Yeah, of course.
But,
of course.
Yes.
Kevin Samuels was kind of like the biggest cheerleader of Tommy Sotomayor. Like he was always in his comment section. This is the reason why he's so like well tuned and like when you hear him speak, he sounds very intelligent and like he knows a lot. That comes from the manosphere. Like that comes you can tell the guy sat there for years on end and just got beat in the head with Mgtow stuff. And then he uses that information pretty much, and now he uses it against you. But then you have to remember he's homosexual, so he's not gonna get the same animosity towards because he's gay. That's why. So since he's gay, he can go ahead and say this crap. They won't look because he still promotes the dysfunction of what humanity is right now. So at the end of the day, like, he's not gonna get the same animosity because if he was a heterosexual male, he would have got cut years ago. You feel me? So he would have never got that big. But since he's not, the fact that he's successful tells me he's homosexual. That's all I want. That's all I needed to hear.
Well, I don't. No. I'm sorry. I respectfully disagree. Look at other guys within the manosphere, or you could say within the black manosphere. Look at Jesse Lee Peterson, or look at Sotomayor. You just mentioned Sotomayor. Sotomayor doesn't he have?
Sotomayor got cut literally 20 times. He had to build his. How many times did he build his channel? Like,
okay, didn't he at one point have like hundreds of thousands of subscribers? Jesse Lee Peterson has over 400,000 subscribers.
Yeah, but Jesse Lee Peterson is more like okay, Jesse Lee Peterson's kind of like how do I say, like the satire, kind of like the dry humor part of, like, you know, he's not like in your face with it. Whereas, I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying, but he doesn't compare to Kevin Samuels. Because Kevin Samuels is coming straight at your chest with it. But the reason why he's a lot
okay, I definitely agree that Kevin Samuels is bigger. The only point I wanted to make is Kevin Samuels as a channel, as a brand, is huge, and he spouts because he spouts red pill, yeah, and then lo and behold, you know, one of the biggest, you could argue, an A-list celebrity, one of the biggest celebrities in America went on his show, and so I see it as a good thing. Basically, what I'm trying to say is like maybe not Mgtow yet, but red pill content is becoming mainstream. Red pill content is mainstreaming right now.
Cowboy,
Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, Factory. What's up, man?
Yeah. Do you think that that YouTube and the social media has allowed the Kevin Samuels brand to get this big and to become so popular? Because because he's controlled opposition like Tim Pool.
I see what you're saying.
Yes.
I don't know. I was gonna say right now. I bet you that's what David Cummings is gonna say.
Yeah, controlled opposition.
Bro, when look, when you get that big, you that okay. When Nicki Minaj, look, people like Nicki Minaj and all these people, you don't start to rise up the ranks like that. You have to be blessed. The people that are in that industry are allowing him to do this so they can use Kevin Samuels as a tool. So, because let's be real, the red pill is coming out regardless. Because at some point in time, how long is it gonna be for us to see dudes go to fucking get fucked in the ass in divorce court, or to see all these single moms out here and have no explanation? At some point in time, someone is gonna have to, you know what I'm saying, explain this shit. Now, you know what I'm saying? They don't want a real masculine man doing it, because if that happens, then this will happen. A lot of men are gonna use something called logic and stay the fuck away from the female. But see, they don't want that. So what they'll do is they'll use someone like a Kevin Samuels, because you can control Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels is a homosexual. You know, you ask Masterpiece, he's a homo. It's obvious he's a homo. So you use him as a tool, you feel me, to kind of, yes, allow the red pill to come out, but you can kind of curtail it, because remember, the guy's homo. So yeah, you're gonna beat them with the red pill, but at the end of it, it won't be as bad, because he's not really going home to a female. He's a homo. Now, of course, I've heard stories where, you know, he was on Miami Beach. I've actually heard stories of him being on South Beach with women. I think it's all a show. I really believe this guy he's a homo. Like, he's a straight up homo. Things like that. You don't get that big being a heterosexual male. I'm sorry, you don't. You just don't.
Well, I believe he is a self-described what is it? Fashion. What does he call himself? A fashion assistant, or a design consultant, or something? A fashion consultant?
Image consultant.
An image. I'm sorry. There you go. An image consultant. Okay. I don't know. I mean, I guess I agree with you. He does not strike me.
What
He does not strike me. No, I agree. I agree. No, I agree with you. He does not strike me as being hyper masculine, but to go so far as to start to, guess about his sexuality, I don't know. I don't know. Okay.
Image consultant is something is. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm agreeing. I'm more in agreement with Cowboy. I might be the oldest person here, but I remember red pill stuff long before, Rollo Tomasi, long before Kevin Samuels. Red pill stuff goes back thousands of years. This is a conflict that's always been happening. Now, granted, I would agree that it's worse now. It's a little worse now because of the court system, because of birth control, because of ROBA, no fault divorce. I agree. But the basic conflict has always been. And Tom Likas was talking about this on the radio in '92. That's when I first got my taste of this. And Kevin Samuels is doing the same thing that Tom Likas did on the radio. He's just doing it on YouTube. He took female callers and then he'd roast the hell out of them.
Yeah, but that's what Tommy Sotomayor did. We're doing, and then he copied him. So.
Well, Tom Likas was doing it in 1992.
Yeah, he was. He was number one. He was the first person that was doing that. Like literally, he was red pill before you. Yeah, definitely. Yes, that is true. So,
but there's red pill stuff in the Bible. I mean, this conflict between men and women, and this balance. The battle of hypergamy, and hypergamy is supposed to be getting immediate feedback, and we've kind of circumvented that process. With modernity, with some of the stuff going on, but it's always been the conflict's always been so.
Yeah, but
So
the thing is,
So what I think is, So what I think is that like the government and these alphabet companies can see the numbers, right? They can see that the marriage rate is lowest since they started keeping record. The divorce rate is all-time high, and like people are not getting married anymore, and this causes a problem in the like in the machine that we live in. So I think so. So in my humble opinion, they allow guys like Kevin Samuels and some other tradcons as well. Even Jordan Peterson called Mgtow's pathetic weasels. He apologized later, reluctantly, but I think these people allow them to become so popular to as controlled oppositions to kind of control the mainstream thinking and like the mainstream narrative. That's what I think.
They kind of use them as leverage.
Yes, exactly.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Introduce yourself. Is there a new gentleman in the stream right now?
Yes, the Mgtow Marine.
Mgtow Marine. Oh, hey, what's up, man? There must be something with my device, with my computer. It's not showing the full name. I didn't know it was the Mgtow Marine. What's up, man? Semper Fi, dude.
Semper Fidelis, gents. I tell you what, I really didn't I guess get introduced to the red pill maybe to about 2-3 years ago, and looking back at it, I didn't realize I would tongue-tied. Looking back at it, it finally took me a few years to realize I was blue pilled like a motherfucker.
Sure,
and just like me.
Sure. If I can interrupt you, Mgtow Marine, can you please introduce yourself to the group, and not just to the group, to me? I know very little about you. In like a minute or 2 minutes, can I cede the floor to you completely? Can you tell us about yourself? I remember you telling me that you're from Alabama and you were you were a Marine. So like, who, what, when, where, why? How old are you? What do you do? When did you come to the red pill? Anything like that?
I'm 31. I do security work and I work on Harley Davidson motorcycles. That is pretty much my thing. I would rather work on a Harley and ride one all day than deal with a nagging woman. I'm a bouncer. I think I said that. I mentioned I used to be a truck driver like Reese. That's why me and Reese, we can see eye to eye on a lot of things. Yeah, like I said, I got introduced to the red pill probably about 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay. Have you ever been married?
No, I've had several girlfriends, but marriage, fuck that.
Okay. Have you ever served in an active combat zone?
Yes, I have. I did deploy to Afghanistan in 2011 and 2012.
Okay. Is that one tour or 2 tours?
One, we went to Afghanistan November 2011. We wrapped it up June of 2012.
And what was your MOS? What'd you do?
I was an infantry rifleman.
Oh, wow. Okay. So you were literally like operating out of a fob, and you would go out and patrol and shit?
Mm-hmm. That was my job. I actually had a combat arms job.
Wow. That's the worst of the worst, or the best of the best, however you want to look at it.
Yeah. It's kind of one of those, it's like that sweet and sour deal, you know?
I guess so. Have you lost like half of your hearing in one of your ears because of a random IED blowing up the front of the convoy?
Yes, I have. I actually can't hear as good as I used to. I'm to the point to where now I tell people when they talk to me, they have to speak up to me. At least not here. I can hear you guys fine, but any other time that I tell people when you're talking to me, you have to speak up.
Yes.
I can't hear as good, and I talk loud. A lot of people tell me, "Man, you talk loud." And plus, being a 6'4", 300-pound man, it scares people because they think you're yelling at them. When in reality,
Right.
it's like I can't hear all that good, so I kind of have to talk loud.
Sure. Sure. So you have a command voice, and you're really tall.
Yes, and like you said, that scares a lot of people.
Okay. Yeah. You kind of remind me of my father in a way. In a way, he was also Marine. He was a helicopter mechanic. I guess you like to work on Harleys, so Harleys are really loud. I can imagine maybe you suffered from hearing loss. But yeah, and people tell my father that he speaks loud. In fact, I think I speak loud as well, and I think I sort of get that from him. But yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, and that's just the way it is, and especially with the red pill community, when a lot of women get around me, it's that intimidation factor. It's like, look, I'm not here to intimidate anybody, but however, I don't take shit off people.
Okay, are you no, I don't mean to assume, but they say assuming makes an ass out of you and me, but I'm going to assume, I assume by the declension in your voice, are you black?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you're not like big and muscle bound and bald.
I shaved my head. My hair thinned out when I was like 22. I was still on active duty, so I just shaved my head. Muscle bound, not so much.
I don't know why. I don't know why. But this I just conjured up this image of like, yeah, a big bald black guy with like muscles. You said you were a bouncer, so I'm thinking, okay.
I'm a biker. Imagine, trying to think. You ever watch professional football?
Terry Crews?
No, unfortunately. No, I'm not big on football, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, do you remember Larry Allen, who used to play for the Dallas Cowboys in the 90s?
No, but if I did, I bet you the Cowboys would be my favorite team.
Okay.
Offensive lineman, I think.
Yes, I'm a slightly thinner version of Larry Allen.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll look that up. Larry who? Larry Allen?
Larry Allen. He was one of the best offensive linemen to play the game in the 90s.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. Was someone else going to say something? It sounded like I was speaking over someone for the last minute or so.
Nope.
No, I just said thanks for your service. That's what I said.
Oh yeah, no problem. Like I said, I did my time, got out, drove a truck like Reese for a little bit. Now I work on motorcycles.
That's great. That's great. Can you share with us, maybe not all of them, but at least one, like, do you have like a red pill story? Like, were you ever cheated on?
Yeah.
Did you ever get hit with like a DV charge like I did? Or if not all the stories, the best story, the worst stories, anything.
Oh, I'm trying to pick because I have so many of them.
Hey,
you came home and you found her doing it in the bathroom floor with some other guy or something.
Okay. Marine, Hey, Marine. I'm sorry to cut you off, but before you tell us the story, I also want to know that we hear on on YouTube and other social media that this problem of women doing the army men real dirty is really bad. So I want to know from the horse's mouth, if it's true and how bad is it really?
Okay, well, trust me, it's bad. On my second deployment, I know there were at least 2 or 3 guys whose wives did cheat on them. I do remember that, and we warned them. We told them, we're like, look, don't get married before you go on deployment. And if you fellas know anybody that is serving in the armed forces, we have told them. We tell them, if you're a first-time deployer especially, don't get married. They did it anyway. I know at least 2 of them got cheated on.
Wow.
My first deployment, one of my seniors, he had been in a few years ahead of me. He had to leave deployment early because his wife was abusing the children and doing drugs. And they had to bring him back stateside so he could get custody of his children, so his children wouldn't become wards of the state.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
yeah, he almost wind up losing his children, but he came back to the States, and they told him, they said, either you come back to the States and get your children, or you can risk them being turned over to the custody of the state of, I think, North Carolina or New Jersey, wherever they were at, because that's where he was from, New Jersey. And he went back to the States, came back here and got him. But my actual first true red pill story experience was after I got out of the Marine Corps. While I was in the military, I didn't date. I did not date at all. I stayed single because I had heard too many horror stories. Guys getting cheated on, guys, wives were taking all their money, running off with the children. They come back from deployment, they come back to an empty house, furniture, everything gone.
Don't take the furniture.
Yeah. I have heard of that happening. A good friend of mine who lives here in Alabama now, he's from New Jersey. When he did 3 deployments because he stayed in 1 year extra than I did. His third deployment, when he came back, he told me his bank account had been cleaned out. His wife took everything.
Yes, those joint bank accounts, they'll get you every time.
Mm-hmm. His wife took everything. Another one, his wife tried to make him out like he was a child beater and he didn't care about his kids or anything like that.
Well, he's a man, so he's probably guilty.
Yeah, it's always, he's guilty, believe her. I'm like, no, I tell everybody. I've gone to bat for these guys before, and several other guys, we've given testimony. We're like, no, we've never seen him do that. He's not like that. But again, these family courts, they're rigged against us.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I just made a video today. I'm telling you, at the end of the day, it's all about the law. It's the law that governs all of us. In family court, you can call it whatever you want. For some guys, it's a divorce court. For me, it was domestic violence court.
Mm-hmm.
For other guys, it's child custody court. Call it whatever you want. Legally, it's called family court.
Yeah.
It operates completely outside the jurisdiction of the U.S. Constitution. It operates completely outside the 3 branches of government, but they got it going. And men have fewer rights. You have fewer rights. And people just don't, the average guy, they just don't believe us until they're married. They're sniffing. They want some pussy. 7 years later, she got a kid or 2 kids, and then it's divorced. She gets a 7-year itch. It's divorce time. Next thing you know, he's paying child support.
And this is the killing part about the family court system. It's already set up against us, but then when you factor in military service like me,
you're a trained killer. You're a threat.
Exactly. They sit there. Well, Your Honor, he has military service. He's a trained killer. He could snap at any moment and hurt the children.
David? Oh, David, I'm gonna kick you out, man. You're coming too loud now.
My bad. What's up? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello, is this David?
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, what's up, man? I'm sorry, I let you in the stream. I heard a really, really loud noise in the background, but it seems like it has went down.
Yeah, my bad. What's my phone acting stupid? But yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, what's up, man? Welcome back. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mgtow Marine.
Cowboy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Cowboy, this is exactly what I was saying earlier. I mean, we Mgtow think that we are making an impact, but you would think that after seeing all these horror stories in the military, like men are smart, they would get a clue, but there are still some men who would not stop marrying. I mean, what the hell is wrong with these people? I mean, blaming the family court and the system is all fine and dandy. I mean, we know the family court is biased against men. It's unfair. We know that. But like, who are these men who are brave enough to risk their lives on the battlefield, but they don't have two brain cells to rub together and like look around and see what's going on? I mean, at some point we have to, question like where these guys are coming from. Yeah.
Does anyone else want to take that? Because that's a good question. These are smart men, smart enough to do algebra. They're brave enough to pick up a rifle.
Because men want to F, dude. Men want to F. That's what it is.
Yeah, pump and dump,
well,
dude.
Yeah,
pump and dump.
But logic. You want to F. Well, how come you want to F? They want to F, but they lose everything, and then you don't. Where's the disconnect here?
Because I did it differently, but yeah, I do, and I do F.
Or I mean, Mgtow Marine, he's big and tall and he's muscle bound, and how come he doesn't have three? How come he's not paying child support on 4 children by 3 different women? But some men are.
I was smart not to buy into that false narrative.
Is it us, or do we have discernment, or are they just unlucky?
I wouldn't say the guys are unlucky. It's just some people, for some reason, they don't learn from mistakes, because most of the guys who I hang around with, the veterans, most of them have been married 2 or 3 times. And I just look at them like, have you guys not learned anything?
Well, some of it is discernment. Some of it is not going crazy. I mean, I am careful who I pick. I'm not just picking randos, but I'm willing to take the risk, a calculated risk. And so far, it hasn't hurt me. It hasn't hurt me financially. My marriage was helpful financially, but that's because I kept very tight reins on things going on during that time. So, and I didn't have I don't have kids, so.
Let me interject. If I may interject, I also think some of it is just dumb luck. For example, I spent 9 years in university. I can tell you very forthrightly, I for lack of a better term, I blew my load in plenty of young college-age girls without wearing a Jimmy hat, and none of them got pregnant. But I had no. I'm a lucky man. Some of it's dumb luck. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
I could be that guy.
That's true too. I agree with that. It's also selection of who you're going to try that with, and at least relationship wise, I've never picked anybody that I wasn't willing to be in a long-term relationship or be married to. Like, I would never continue a relationship beyond that. So I'm careful who I pick. And I don't know, I'm trying to avoid
careful
Brittany
who
Renners.
You pick, or careful who you pick, or careful who you boink.
Both, because I'm trying to avoid the Miss Renners of the world, right?
Yeah, you definitely got to be careful in general, because it's like Russian roulette, man. One time, that's it, and your life can be ruined.
Yeah. Yep.
Let me share with you guys a quick story. I just popped my last beer. So I'm probably gonna cut this stream in less than 20 minutes. Let's say 15 to 20 minutes. So my last trucking job, I had a gentleman who started out as my peer. He eventually went on to become a driver trainer, and so technically he was my boss.
Mm-hmm.
And he was very studly. He was 6'2", tall, young, strong, blah blah blah. Very very Chad-esque. And he had 4 different children by 3 different women. I made a video about it over a year ago. He was a nice guy. I like him, but he would brag and say like, yeah, I'm a driver trainer now. I'm making an extra 250 a week now. I'm bigger. I'm big now. And in the back of my mind, I'm thinking to myself, this guy's busted. This guy's going to be paying child support. His youngest child is probably like 2.
I was just going to say that. That extra $250 is going to go to child support.
It's all going to go to child. 4 kids? 4 different kids paying child support? He's busted. He won't even begin to be able to start saving until he's like 50 or in his early 50s.
He's going to have to live in his truck.
Yeah.
He's going to be that guy living down by the river in a van, right? Because everything's going to these women. But, and I'm talking to him. I'm like, yeah, I'm building up my savings. I think I'm going to start with a duplex. And I could see like a little machine in the back of his mind. It's he knows he's screwed. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Yep.
So
I hate to see that happen to guys.
I hate to see it happen.
There are guys who I have worked with when they told me their situation. Some of them, I was just honest with them. I'm like, dude, you need to make better decisions. 5 and 6 kids by multiple women and working 50, 60 hours a week and barely having enough money to survive. It's like, bro. And some of these guys, I honestly think they're gluttons for punishment. I think they truly enjoy it.
They like it. They want you. They want it. Yeah, they want it.
I couldn't do it. I'm sorry. It's like I look at them.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I don't know what I would do, honestly. So I'm 38 now. I just turned 38 a couple months ago. If I got some broad pregnant and I don't know what I would do. I mean, it would be bad. I just can't imagine getting a letter in the mail from like some court saying like, you got to show up and you're subject to the court. I'd go on the land.
Oh, hell. I was about to say in Alabama.
But you do know we live in a day and time where you don't actually have to have a child with the woman for her to say that you're the father. She could just she could say you're the father without you actually having to be the biological father. They could do that now.
Okay, that's true. However, I believe that there are laws now in place because that was so commonplace for a while that you actually have a time. There is a time window where you can prove that you are not the biological father, and if you can prove that you're not the biological father, all of that financial responsibility goes away.
Okay, I think in certain states that happens, but I think I know in Michigan there was like, there was a bunch of guys getting claimed as fathers, but they weren't the actual father. I was like, man, this sucks.
Yeah, because the women are in order to qualify for whatever financial support that they're trying to get, they have to list someone on the birth certificate as a father. When that happens and it's not the actual, what's that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm saying, yeah. What you're saying is true, yeah.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, go ahead, Factory.
I got to tune out. Great stream, by the way. Nice talking to you, Cowboy, again, and David and Marine and Logic and everyone. You have a good one. Bye-bye.
All right.
Yeah, bro. Cheers from Chicago. I hope everything's good in Delhi.
Take it
okay,
easy.
bye-bye. Yeah, you
all right,
too,
bro.
man.
Peace out. Anyway, I'm sorry. I don't know all the details. I thought, all right, well, let me give you another example. So there used to be this guy. His name is Dan. I met him at work, and him and I became friends. But on the DL, he really what he wanted, I suspect, is that he was trying to get me involved with his daughter, or he was trying to set me up with his daughter. At the time, I was 31. I was a young trucker. He was a driver as well. I go to his house. He has this beautiful, young, I think like 19-year-old daughter. And he's telling me, yeah, she's single, and she's single. And anyway, long story short, I never took the bait because that was right about the time I became hardcore Mgtow or hardcore Red Pill. Fast forward,
he might have been setting you up.
He was. I'm telling you. I don't know. I don't have any like solid evidence, but he knew. Oh, this guy is young. He's college educated. He's on his way up. No criminal record. No debt. He knew about me. Why is he bringing me around his daughter?
A good little slave gets slaughtered in the future.
What's that? I'm sorry.
You know what I'm saying? He's seen you as a good little slave to get slaughtered in the future.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Like leading the lamb to the slaughter. 5 years later,
his daughter's retirement plan.
Haha, exactly. There you go. It's so much of this is self-interest.
Yep.
So much of this is financial self-interest on all parties involved. So anyway, whatever, 4 or 5 years later, she's pregnant by some military guy. I think he was like Puerto Rican guy here in Chicago, based out of what's it called, the Army National Guard. Her and her father go to court to force the man to take a paternity test. They shame him on social media, like on Facebook. The two of them, my friend Dan, and I swear to God, I'll go, because you can contact a whole bunch of people that are both known to you and the other person that you're friends with, like mutual friends, I think they're called. And she did that, spamming people, saying like, "Oh, this man's guilty, and he's the father. I know he's the father. He's abandoning his responsibilities. He needs to be accountable." Long story short, they bring him to court. They make him take a paternity test. It turns out he's not the father. She even went. Yeah, it's like a Maury moment. You got it. Yeah. Oh, God. And now it's like, oh, and I wanted to mention, she even went to his mother's house and like sat down with the mother and was like, they're trying to convince the mother to convince him to, accept accountability, accept responsibility, and he's gonna man up. And by the way, when it came out that he was not the father, do you think the girl publicly apologized?
No, they can never take accountability. Of course
not. No, of course not. Yeah, right. Absolutely no. But of course, she was very quick to publicly shame him. So it's just, I don't know. I get sentimental about this.
And this is the thing about the whole trying to put a baby on somebody. If you ask me, that falls along the lines of #MeToo with all these false rape allegations.
It's paternity fraud. It's fraud.
Yeah, it's fraud. It's a type of fraud. That's a type of fraud.
Men are getting their lives destroyed by this stuff, and nobody's, when they finally do clear their name, you're still going to have people like, oh, well, we know you did it or you had a hand in it and this and that. It's like, I'm guilty. My name is clear. Why are you still trying to ruin me?
That's why you got to get out the matrix. I've been a huge proponent of getting a passport and getting the fuck out of here. I've been saying this for years. Get a passport,
dude. I almost did that when I
David, where Mr. Cummings, where are you going to go? Where is it to go?
Asia.
Where is it to go better than the U.S.?
Japan or the Philippines?
Asia
or Korea.
To retire in your late 50s, yeah.
Right now? You don't. Hold up, bro. There's people over there with like literally
for $1,700 a month. You can live like a king in the Philippines.
You can live like a king, and you're gonna have a woman over there that's gonna be it's feminine, no feminism there. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, dude. Okay, Dave, after taxes, I make like $1,100 a week. I'm not there yet. Is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean?
Hold up, $1,100 a week. That's more than
after taxes. Yeah, we could talk numbers. I have years of savings that I need to do and investment. No, I want to retire big. I want to retire with $1 million. Not with $100,000.
Bro, if you have at least 60,000, if you have at least 40,000, you can go to Asia. You can buy your house and you live. And you can, if you work online or if you have any investments that's paying you residually, you're good.
I can't work online. I can't work. I don't have any IT skills. I'm a trucker. I know how to deal with I know how to operate heavy machinery.
Okay, you could do that in Asia.
No, that's true. I suppose I could.
I mean, hey, it's just a thought. You do whatever you want because the way I see
No, I hear you. I hear you. What? Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If you guys are single, young, like I said, if you guys are single men in America right now, I'm telling you, your days are numbered. And I know there's gonna be a point in time where this whole being a single guy thing is gonna stop because it's clear as day, men's sovereignty, men's freedom is being attacked, and they are trying to figure out a way to devour you. You just don't see it yet because you're thinking, "Oh, America's great." Bullshit. Last I checked, the American dollar is eventually gonna evaporate. It's gonna because with inflation, this shit's gonna go to hell. So at some point in time, this whole idea that America's number one, that's a fallacy. Those days are numbered. That's why Bitcoin's so big now. And it's obvious. Think about it. There is no point. You can't continue believing in this whole Mgtow red pill stuff, living in a fucking feminist matrix. At some point in time, you're gonna lose. There's more of them than you. You bet. I'm telling you. I know I sound crazy right now, but look, I'm just throwing that.
No. I'm listening.
You may want to start really, really consider. I'm not saying you don't have to go to Asia, but go anywhere else. But you may want to start really consider leaving. Just consider it because think about it. If you're a Mgtow red pill, at some point in time, what if there's a woman president? I mean, if you're really thinking you're gonna be here for the next 20 years, your life is gonna be hell. There's a good chance you're gonna get fucked in the ass because I think the whole Mgtow thing, they're gonna come after it because you wanna know how I know they're gonna come after it? Women are okay. A perfect example: the chick that jumped off the balcony in New York. We all knew. I mean,
are you talking about that woman, American supermodel
or something like that?
Supermodel. Yeah, you want to know because the thing is, if you it's obvious she jumped off because she was told a lie. You know, she was a beautiful woman that was very successful, but as for all women, her success doesn't mean shit if she doesn't have any children. So it's obvious that if you as a guy are speaking this red pill stuff, and a lot of women are now, because let's be real, women listen to the red pill stuff. They just don't never admit it, but they do, and they start to realize men are starting to catch on to what they're doing. There's going to be a lot of changes in Washington that's going to make sure that one way or another you're going to get married to them. I'm just predicting. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there's going to be
no. I hear you. If I can interrupt you. If I can interrupt you, I said this before you joined the stream. It was one of the very first things I had mentioned. So today, when in passing, while I was at work, I was watching some of the Winter Olympics, and I saw this really bizarre commercial. And the commercial had this American actor. I'm sorry, I can't recall his name right now. And he started out in space. Yeah, McConaughey. He starts out in space. And then it transitions to he's traveling around the world in this hot air balloon, and then the very last scene it cuts to this young couple. It shows the verbatim. It shows a young black couple, a black man and a black woman, and they're about to get married. And he specifically says we need to reestablish trust between men and women. That's what he said. I'll say it again. He said we need to reestablish trust between men and women. And now he was saying other stuff too.
Since eroded.
No. He was saying we got to save the earth, and he was all these leftist platitudes he's saying, and then but mostly, and then all of us, I couldn't believe it. I'm telling you, I think red pill is on the verge of going, mainstream. Basically, what Mr. Cummings was saying. There's all these women. And this is happening now. All these millennials are getting older. I'm a really old millennial. I'm 38. Imagine if you're a woman and you're 38.
Well, I'll be 32 next month.
Yeah, but if you're a 32-year-old woman, you still have hope in your heart that someone will marry you. If you're a 38-year-old woman, no man is going to pick you. And so I think as the years go on, what Mr. Cummings said, it could become true, where women become desperate.
They're already desperate right now. The thing
Well,
is,
No, they are.
it's not the
Mr.
fact that they can't get married. What it is the quality of man that want they want to marry. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what. That's why this whole feminism thing is a huge deal now, because they're now becoming they are becoming the man they want, and they're trying to pick men the way a man picks a woman. So this whole thing is out of whack, man. It's obvious. I'm telling you, if you're a single dude and you have your red pill beliefs, and you believe in the whole, going your own way kind of thing, and you just want to be on your own, I'm telling you, I really, really don't think that's going to be working in the future. I don't believe it. I think the way I see it, the future is going to be about the female, and it's whatever the female wants. So you know how you know how you guys have freedom of speech. I think all that's going to be negated. And that's just my opinion. I may be wrong, but I really believe it. And the way things are going, you may want to consider leaving. It's just me.
You know something? Mr. Cummins made a valid point, and I remember right when I got off active duty, because my last deployment was to the West Pacific. I've been to Okinawa, Japan. I've been to South
Samoa.
Korea. What was that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you ever been to Samoa?
Samoa? No, I have not. Is that in the Philippines?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I've been to Okinawa, Japan, Korea, and the Philippines. And when I returned from active duty, no lie, I almost got a passport and was going to go back. And I have a good friend of mine who was in the Beirut conflicts when they blew up those barracks in Lebanon in 1983. He was one of the guys who was in Lebanon when it happened. Well, he told me in the Philippines, like I said, you could live in the Philippines for about $1,700 a month, and there's a large presence of Americans there, especially American veterans. And in the Philippines, they love Americans because of what we did for them in World War II. General MacArthur helped liberate the Philippines from Japanese imperialism. And Mr. Cummings is right, and I agree with him. I tell a lot of guys, if you're a single man and you know you can get away, because and somebody else said this too a while back, they're going to make it to where if you're a single man, you're going to be forced to marry a single mother.
No.
Yeah. I agree. No. What's your name? I'm sorry, sir. My apologies. I'm so sorry. What's your name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I go by the Mgtow Marine. I'm a Marine Corps.
Yeah, Mr. Marine. What he said? I said it a couple streams back. I'm like, yo, in a couple of years, with all these single mom losers that are out here, I'm telling you, if you're a single dude with any kind of means, don't be surprised they're trying to put this on you and say, hey, it's your responsibility. It's time for you to marry a single mom, and they're gonna make it socially acceptable. Because they're gonna literally take away your rights and say, screw you. We don't care about the fact that you know whatever you have nothing to do. They're gonna make sure you have something to do with it, because remember, we're living in a gynocentric society.
Well, now, hold on. If I can, just because I'm sort of interested in that topic. That topic fascinates me. I've researched that topic. I can give you a couple of examples. The oldest example would be like that I can remember is in Roman times. In Roman times, it got so bad, or it got to the point where the government stepped in. The government got involved, and they said, if you're a man and you're over 30 and you're not married, you got to pay an extra tax. But the problem is, it doesn't matter. Okay, right. They're already doing that now.
We're doing it now.
And what happened? What happened?
Remember, Augustus Caesar said they were worse than murderers if they didn't marry and have kids.
Was it Augustus who said that?
Yep.
They're worse than murder. You don't get married. You don't cohabitate with a woman. You're worse than a murderer. Yep. Okay,
you
right.
You see how they changed the goalposts? See, before you had to be a high alpha male to have kids. Now they're gonna ass handed to them. Now they want you to be. Bro, they always want to switch the goalposts on you. But go ahead.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me give you two more examples. That's in the ancient history. That was almost 2,000 years ago. Okay, fast forward to the 70s, or I guess the 60s. there was a, and this is why I disagree with you, Dave. I absolutely think that you're very well informed. I see that you're an intellectual, you're a forward thinker, but I like examples. I like examples in history. Think of the worst example. The worst example I can think of is his name was Ceausescu. Ceausescu was I forget what country. Romania. He was a Romanian. Yeah, Romania. He was a Romanian dictator, and they had a branch of the police called the culture police. And if you were a man and you were over, I think it was 30, and you were not married, the police were sent out and they would knock on your door and they would say, "Hey, you're so and so, you're Mr. So and so," and you'd say, "Yeah, I'm this guy." They'd say, "You know what? You're not married. Why aren't you married?" And then you would say, "Oh, I don't know, this, that, the other," and they'd say, "Okay, well, you know what? We're going to be back in 6 months, and
What the fuck?
we recommend you get married."
Leave town
Now,
right then.
Now, they wouldn't do this to the women. They did it to the men because they understood it. Even though the women give access to sex, it's the men that open access to relationships and commitment.
AKA
Okay,
money.
that's the worst.
Cough, cough, cough.
Yeah, money. Yeah, money. But also it's about people. You know, this guy Ceausescu, he's thinking about soldiers. He needs people working in factories. This is how population control. This is what they're thinking. Fast forward, and that's the worst example I could think of. Fast forward to today, think of the country with the lowest birth rate in the world is South Korea. In South Korea, there is a law now. If you're a man, by the way, again, I want to point out this does not apply. This is not applicable to women. This is only applicable to men, which it always shows you who they're going after. In South Korea, if you want to attend a publicly funded university, you have to go on dates with women. And you have to write an essay about it. Have you guys? Have any of you heard of that law?
Yes.
I have not.
You also have to have,
Hold on,
in order to get your. I'm sorry, but in South Korea, to get your degree, you have to have you have to date at least 3-4 women each year that you're in college, and you have to present like a slip showing like a signature with the girl. It's crazy. That's crazy. Retarded. Yeah,
I know, right? But
they're desperate.
But see, there's no issue with that. If there's no feminism, I don't think there's a problem with that. See, that the problem is the feminism. That's the problem. See, it's this idea that she believes she's better than you. She can do better. That's the issue here. But over there, if she's still feminine and they're women, I don't think there's an issue with that. That's just their culture.
And I believe it's either in China or Japan. If a woman is unmarried past the age of 30, she's
leftover
what you call a leftover.
China.
Yeah, she's what you call a leftover, and she's undesirable.
Undesirable, yeah. And they get shamed for the rest of their lives, bro. It sucks for them.
Well, that's everywhere, really.
The China has that marriage market in Beijing. The Beijing marriage markets. You can go on YouTube and check out videos of them.
It's just sad, man. It really is.
I mean, hey, I'll say it again. I wouldn't mind marrying these women if they did not have more rights than me in a court of law.
Oh, and Cowboy, what you were talking about before with the child support thing and everything? In New York, in Illinois, and I think it's even in Texas and California, you're on the hook for all of that support up until you prove you're not the kid's father. If you don't answer in time, you have like 3 years after the kid's born. And if your name's on that certificate, you're on the hook for that support.
Yes, you're completely correct. So before you prove yourself to not be the father, you are responsible for that money.
That's right.
What's even worse? What's even worse? If you do not prove that you are not the father within that time window legally, you are still responsible for the child support, even if after the point, even if after the point you do prove independently that you're not the father.
Yeah, that guy in Michigan is paying $78,000 in back child support for a kid that's not his to a woman and she even admitted that she lied just to get services. She put him down to get social services. She put him on the paper because she needed to get services, and she was friends with him. at the
That's
time.
called gynocentrism.
Right.
That is called gynocentrism.
That's gynocentrism. That's gynocentrism. See, that's why I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, that is the kind of thing. I don't understand why men are not. I'm not advocating any kind of violence, but that's the kind of thing. I don't understand why men with rifles don't ambush courthouses. That's the kind of thing I would think would spark something like that. But I don't see men.
And that guy's whole family now is destroyed.
Simps.
I want to see that video where I saw in the chat, and I saw where somebody else mentioned it, where this was at a black church, and the pastor, he said, "Where's all my single mothers at? Stand
I
up."
heard about that story.
Yeah, I want to see that video. And the pastor said, "Where's all my single men at? Stand up." He said, "I need y'all to man up." And there are these sisters. They all turned out and walked out. I don't blame them. I said, I'm not going to raise somebody else's mess up.
I'd walk right the fuck out that door. Why? What? Hell no.
That's not my responsibility.
Okay. Do you guys? I'm assuming it. I'm assuming at least one of us. Oh, okay. I'm assuming hopefully all of us. Have you guys heard of Professor David Carroll?
Yes, I have.
Yes. Yeah, he passed away.
Okay, yeah. Look him up. I've been kind of binge watching him recently. He talks all about the black church. He has a lot of
it's a guy
Cowboy Carol, like C-A-R.
David Carroll. So David, D-A-V-I-D, and then Carroll with 2 R's. C-A-R-R-O-L-L or something like that. Professor David Carroll.
Thank you.
He passed away recently.
Yeah, he just passed away like a month ago.
A month and a half, 2 months ago.
Yeah, he passed away.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he has some very interesting things to say. He has a very scathing review of the black church. He basically sees it as like how would you describe it, David?
They cater and pander to black women.
Yo, the black church is another arm of the government, because you have to remember the church itself.
That's how Professor Carroll said it. He said it was C103 or what the hell is it called? A government?
A 501c3.
A 501c3.
There's a 501c3 tax exemption for a church. So whenever you see a church, when you drive and you see a church, always remember churches are not like. They're not. In a sense, when you walk into a church, you walk into a government building. It's the same thing as walking to a post office. Same thing as walking to an ambassador. What do you call that place? The place where you get the ambassador. Damn, wait.
An embassy.
Ambassador.
U.S. embassy.
Embassy. There we go. Yeah. So those are all government buildings. Well, church is the same shit. And the government and the pastor, in a sense. He's getting, since the building he's working for the church, in a sense he's a government agent, and we all know they have their mandates to keep certain things suppressed and certain things floating, and women, of course, we live in a gynocentric society. They always want to pander to the female, because if you pander to the female, you can control the simps. So it's just another way to control simps. Through religion, that's all. Now, of course, if you are a red pill guy, you see right through this bullshit. You don't even step in. I wouldn't even walk on the same sidewalk as the church. But most dudes won't know this. But you know what I'm saying? Like, to me, the church thing was always a fraud, because I used to always see pastors driving BMWs, nice ass cars, but then they would reject a homeless guy. I'm like, isn't this a house of God? Am I missing something here? Oh, that's right. It's a scam. My bad. Oops.
Yeah. We had to lock up a pastor in New York City, in Brooklyn. Guy was driving a Bentley. He was funneling something like 80% of the donations to himself.
Good example of churches and the pastors running scams. The church that is 1 block over from where I live, I grew up in that church almost. The first pastor of the church, he passed away. Then a younger one stepped up. And there was just something about this guy I knew didn't sit right with me. And eventually it came to light. He left the church after asking the congregation for an additional $1,500 every Sunday. When they told him, "Pastor, we pay you enough as is." He gave them back the keys to the church and walked away. Has not been back since. He was just in it for the money. Then they're building another mega church across from where I work out of. This particular mega church has, they don't call them, I guess, a regular chapel. They call it a campus. You all may have heard of it. It's called Church of the Highlands.
That was just in the news recently.
Yes. Well, this is how the Church of the Highlands works. They're a mega church. And when they do tithes and offerings, do you know how they do tithes and offerings? When tax time, no, not Cash App. W-2s, they want to see how much money you make, and they determine how much money you should do tithes and offerings every month and into the year.
That's another way the government can fuck you in the ass more. That's wow. Okay.
That's why I tell people I want nothing to do with the church anymore, because it's a scam now.
The church, the school, all that shit is ran by the government, bro. So I mean,
yeah, the public education system, and me being here in Alabama is damn near dead last when it comes to public education.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you guys hear about all that money that was discovered in Joel Osteen's?
The plumber
in the wall of a bathroom behind some tiles or something.
They said he found like $80,000 inside the bathroom wall.
Yep.
Like who does that? Like, but see, you know what? You can't get mad at these people. You know, I'm not mad at the pastor for being a crooked piece of shit. As a matter of fact, if he can get away with it, continue getting away with it. It's the dumbass people that continue going to the church. You need to laugh at.
Yes.
They're the idiots that continue doing this shit. I can't get. Look, if a guy's a scam artist, piece of shit, scum, and you know about it, and you continue to patronize his organization, then you're a dumbass. That's a you thing.
Well, don't you remember a few years back? What was that hurricane that hit in Texas, and it flooded, and
Irene.
It might have been Sandy, and they kept asking Pastor Osteen, open the doors to the church.
It was Sandy. You're right. Yep, it was Sandy.
Yeah, they kept saying, open the doors to the church, let the people in. He had the doors locked with sandbags in front of him.
That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, yep. OC's a bitch, bro.
I can't even watch him. He's a phony. Him, TD Jakes, and Jasper Roby, Creflo Dollar, Reverend Ike, all them.
Like, bro, who the hell goes to a church with a fucking pastor named Creflo Dollar? I mean, come on. Creflo Dollar? You can't make this shit up, bro. People that go to that congregation,
we know what you're about.
Of dumb fucking idiots, bro. The guy's name is Creflo Dollar. I mean, what? I mean, red flag anybody? Like, what the? You can't make this up. You can't make this up. People are just dumb, bro.
There was one here. There was one here in Birmingham, which is where I live in Alabama. His name was Bishop Jasper Roby. From what I heard about this guy, he used to prey on women financially. Women would come to him talking about, I got this problem and this and that. And, well, just pray over sister and make a donation. There were women who damn near gave away their life savings to this man.
See, that's criminal. I hope guys like that end up in hell. I really do.
Oh, yeah, he died about 20 years ago.
That's crazy. Damn. You guys didn't see what happened with that young pastor in Oklahoma? The guy that spit in that guy's face, the pastor?
That was just on the news. I live in Oklahoma.
Do tell.
Yeah.
Do tell.
What's that guy's name? The young pastor?
I forget, but I saw a video of it. He was pissed about something, man.
He spit right in his face, and the guy's sitting there like, yeah. I'm like, what? What the fuck? Yo, it couldn't be me.
No, even if you lose the fight, that's still something you fight about. I mean,
I mean, yeah, he would have died right in that church. This is not, it's not happening, bro.
Yeah, that's not cool. That's not cool.
You're dying in that church. You and I would have. What?
You spit in my face? It's over.
My father used to,
bro. And
my father used to preach that. You don't let people slap you in the face or spit in your face. Even if you lose the fight, you still show your manhood. No way.
Bruh, this is the residue of gynocentrism, bro. This matrix you're living in. I'm telling you, bro. This is what I'm telling y'all. Every live stream I usually get, I preach this passport, get the fuck out of America thing. You think I'm lying when I say this shit? But okay, I don't give a damn. I'm gonna continue saying it.
Hey guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm gonna step away from my phone for like 5 minutes. You just keep talking, but I can't be available for like the next 5. Okay.
And Mr. Cummings, you're right, my man. I explained this to somebody a while back. I said, see, with men, there's an ever looming threat of violence. Like you said, if one man spits in another man's face, he's going to wind up getting beat down or murdered.
Right.
See, with women do that, nothing happens.
Not necessarily. I mean, they'll somewhat fight. I mean, it depends.
But what I meant is, if a woman spit in a man's face, they expect that man to refrain and hold back.
Yeah, you don't hit women.
But if a man spit in a woman's face, he's disrespectful. He mistreats women and all this and that. But if she does it to me, I'm supposed to be okay with it.
Yep.
Yeah, because it's like, what?
Yeah.
They use this like idea of, oh my God, you don't put your hands on a woman bullshit to kind of like, you know what I'm saying, restrain you so you could be a little beta bitch. That's pretty much what they want. And look, I get the whole don't put your hands on a woman thing. I get it. I mean, of course, I would never ever say put your hands on a woman, but what they're trying to say is they're trying to use that like as a tool so they can control you type shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I don't like that shit. I mean, of course, obviously, I would never. I said don't put your hands on anybody, but we don't live in a perfect world. So, I mean, I don't know.
I agree.
It's not like put your hands on anybody, but like I don't know. You just don't tolerate it. That's what I was always taught. You know?
No, you gonna. I mean, yeah, you no, don't. Yeah, that's a situation where you're gonna have to break character and beat someone's ass. That's crazy, man.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah, it's like, come on, where's the respect these days?
But yeah, that if you're gonna probably have to go to jail that day because there's just no way on earth. There's no.
That's like Saturday afternoon, behind my VFW post, there was a robbery that took place.
I don't give a fuck. Hell no.
There was a robbery that took place. A 17-year-old tried to rob a grown man. The 17-year-old had a gun. The grown man had a gun. The 17-year-old didn't know that. The older man got shot, and the 17-year-old got shot. The old man got wounded and lived. The 17-year-old wound up bleeding out and dying at the hospital.
Oh, well.
Yeah. See, that goes the whole gynocracy, single mothers. I guarantee you he was the product of a single mother.
Of course, yeah. He's a product of a single mom, you know. Yep.
I don't know if you guys know him, but Thomas Sowell, the black conservative guy.
Thomas Sowell, I believe. Yes.
Yeah, I say it wrong. I'm sorry, but he has he wrote a couple of essays about how single motherhood is absolutely just devastated the black community, and he's 100% right.
And they're incentivizing it here in my hometown. Apparently, last week, the mayor here in Birmingham passed a program, I think, like giving single mothers like several $100s a month. It's like, why are you incentivizing having children out of wedlock? That's why our society is so jacked up now.
For votes.
But they want it jacked up because they want those kids to get fucked up, to go to jail so they can use them for cheap labor, so they don't have to pay actual skilled people in the future to build cars and shit. They use the people that are in jail. It's a business play. They want the single.
Yeah.
See, they get a single mom. Go ahead.
It's just to buy votes.
That's true too.
That too. But also, I think what it is to use those kids that don't have any direction. They know those kids are gonna get into some dumb shit. Some of them might die. Some of them might become homeless. But most of them are gonna go to jail. And when they go to jail, they're gonna use them to build shit for 10 cents an hour and then cheap labor. That's what they want for years.
Yeah. Well, remember they used to use them to clean out the roadsides and stuff.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
that
the
kind of
chain
like,
gangs. You don't see
gang.
chain
gang,
gangs anymore.
No, you don't.
All this prison reform and all that. I tell everybody, if you see, this is where things went awry. I noticed this. It was about the late 90s or early 2000s when they came out with that child abuse BS. Basically, if you whoop one of them or smack one of them, it's child abuse. You're going to jail. But when it was done to me when I was growing up, no, it wasn't. Because if you got your ass whooped and you went and told somebody, they were going to ask you one simple question. What did you do to deserve an ass whooping?
I don't know, man. I grew up on frontier justice, man. My parents dished out frontier justice. My brother and I got our asses kicked. We ended up okay.
Same with me.
Yeah, but we don't live those times anymore. We're living in fucking single mother bullshit now. So those days are coming to an end where things, if you did something wrong, you got punished for it. No, if you do something wrong now, it's not your fault. It's just it's their fault. Like, it's just weird. We live in weird times.
It is. And I remember I was throwing snowballs at a car. I remember my neighbor came out, beat my ass, brought me home. And then my mother and father, I thought like my dad was going to kill this guy. My father and mother beat my ass. Like, it's just, it's weird.
Because I know for the most part, all of us are probably in what, now 30s or 40s?
I'm 52.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. We grew up in that generation where, hey, if you disrespect an adult, you're getting your ass handed to you.
Yeah.
Hey,
but I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that I'm 31 and I still got my ass beat, but I don't live in USA. I live in India, so yeah, there's that.
Oh yeah, I know they don't play that bullshit in India, bro.
No.
Yeah, no. India is a warrior culture, man. Oh, you're getting a
whooping. But we live in these decentralized times. Like, back in those days, because I'm 31 too. But back in those days, like, when we were younger, there was actual like hierarchy. You had the man, the woman, and the child.
Yes, it was.
Wrong. You got your ass, that's supposed to happen.
For the most
nowadays, there is no hierarchy. It's just single mom everywhere. Women are fucking liberated. They can do whatever they want. The man's a bitch.
Here's something, and I found this out a few weeks ago, and I've managed to pull it up and read it for myself. Did you know the original mission statement of Black Lives Matter was basically to eradicate the patriarchy and do away with the nuclear family?
Yes.
I know that.
They when they started getting blowback about that, they deleted it off the website.
Yeah, they did. I saw that, and I tell everybody, I said, that's why I can't support that movement. They're like, but you're black. No. I don't support anyone who doesn't support me.
Hey, man, but Joe Biden says that if you don't vote for them, you're not black.
You're not black.
Oh yeah,
you're not black. I remember that. Yeah. And
guess what? They voted I guess I ain't black then because I didn't vote for him.
I remember I had
just the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
I used to work with this black sergeant, and she was a big supporter of like Planned Parenthood and stuff, and Margaret Sanger. So I used to say, I go, Margaret Sanger was a huge racist, right? And she absolutely detested black people. And she goes, oh, that's not true. And then I printed out some articles and I brought them into her, and she just like took them and she just rifled them into the garbage. Like, I don't understand how any black person can vote Democrat. I just can't.
Because they're stupid.
And this is the thing. The Democratic Party wasn't even for black people originally when it first started.
Nope. No.
That's what gets me when my
some people.
You know what I found hilarious? So when in 2020 the BLM Reuters were pulling down statues. So they were pulling down statues they were trying to pull down statue of Abraham Lincoln. I mean, are these guys stupid or what?
I'm like, Lincoln was the one who passed the fucking proclamation so blacks could be free. Why would you try to destroy the statue of Lincoln?
Because people lack knowledge, man. They're stupid. You think I'm
It wasn't even a lack of knowledge. If you destroy the history, you can usher in Marxism.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Yeah. But you have to lack knowledge to even let that happen. People they just don't know. They don't care.
And both of you made good points. I asked my old history teacher, I said, what do they actually teach in school now when it comes to world history? And she told me, she said, it's not like what we taught you all in school. And I thought, oh God, these kids are lost.
And you know what's funny too is take a map out sometime and ask a kid to point to a country. We got I don't know about you guys, but I got geography in school. Like,
oh yeah, I did too.
Like people now couldn't even, like, if you showed somebody a map, they wouldn't be able to freaking like know what the hell a grid point is, or parallel
latitude or
longitude lines. It's sad. They're not educated anymore. They're indoctrinated.
Yeah, you can.
TikTok, TikTok culture. That's why TikTok.
Yep.
Yeah.
And see, these smartphones, I'm gonna tell you, this is how it ruins it. I have a nephew, and for the longest time, he didn't know how to get home from school. And I asked him, I said, if I were to drop you off just at any random point in town, I said, could you find your way back home without a GPS? He told me no. But when I was growing up, you could have dropped me off anywhere around Birmingham, Alabama, and I would have found my way home. Simply because I memorized all the streets and all the landmarks.
Well, you had to.
But probably in you know, saying back in your day, you used to be outside and stuff. So because
we actually went outside and played.
Inside. Nowadays we're inside. Everything's more. You know what I'm saying? No one goes outside.
I remember I don't know about you guys, but in the summertime, my mother would wake us up at 7 o'clock in the morning, kick us out at 9, and say, "Be back when the lights come on."
Yep. I remember those days. They used to always tell you, go outside and play.
And this is why I think this whole metaverse garbage is that was done by design, bro. They knew that in the end, most people are gonna be fucking stuck inside. So this is why they're ushering in this metaverse stuff.
Hey, gents, I'm gonna take off. It was great talking to you. Have a good night.
Yeah, I'm fixing to sign off myself here.
Have a good one, man.
Talking to you.
Take care.
Yep, take care.
All right.
Yeah. So, did you guys hear that Meta just took a big hit in their stocks? I mean, Zuck himself lost 29 billions.
Yeah, Facebook just like plummeted. That's fucking good, bitches.
Yeah, exactly. So I came back to talk about topic that you guys were discussing a little while earlier about moving to Asia. So that's why I had to come back and throw in my 2 cents. So I live in Asia. I live in India, and let me tell you guys, if you want to retire here, I mean, that's true. The cost of living is low as compared to the first world, but it comes with its challenges. But let me tell you, it is not good in terms of if you think that there is some mythical land in the east where laws are fair and women are good, that doesn't exist. I mean, I
know that there are whores there too. That's not what I'm saying. Know that.
Because Mgtow is worldwide. I mean, I'm not directing this to particular to you, David, but I've listened to so many people in the manosphere and in the Mgtow community say this, and it really drives me up the wall, because it might send a wrong message to like other people in the manosphere, because a few years back when I was still active on Facebook, so I was a part of several Mgtow groups, and there I found people from every Asian country. I mean, you name it: Japan, Vietnam, Cambodia, Korea. I mean, you name it, and they're there. So if anybody is planning to move to Asia to find a woman, do some research. I mean, just like on YouTube, just type Mgtow followed by the name of the country that you want to move to, like Mgtow Philippines, Mgtow India, whatever. And you'll know. I mean,
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for cutting you off. You shouldn't be going there for the woman. Mgtow, you're going your own way. So it's about the freedom.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly,
So, yeah,
exactly. I hear you.
If you happen to find a woman and you guys just hit it off and things work out, then fine. But I'm not going after no woman. That's not what I'm leaving there for. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying leave here, America, because things are gonna get way worse. You know what I'm saying? Like eventually, it's gonna, there's gonna be a point. And this is what I believe. I don't know. It may not happen, but I think it's gonna be a point in time where, if you're a single dude, and especially if you're a single guy making lots of money by yourself, and you don't have any responsibility, there's so many single mothers out here. They're gonna figure out a way to get you to get with these single moms, or they're gonna figure out a way to get you to, give off some of your money. You know what I'm saying? To one way or another, you won't be free anymore. You won't just be able to walk around autonomously and be your own man. I think those days are coming to an end. But that's just what I believe. I may be wrong, but I think the smart thing to do is just go to another. You may not. It doesn't have to be Asia. You can go to islands like Virgin Islands. You can go, but I think it's just smart to get the hell out of here. This is my opinion.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. I'm just trying to clarify this, that like Mgtow is worldwide for a reason, and like if anybody is thinking about like going to the east, so maybe they should do some research. That if you want, I mean, mail order brides is a thing for a reason, right? These women are ready to become mail order brides for a reason. I mean, they are gold diggers.
Yeah, all of them are. Yeah, definitely, of course.
Yeah, maybe if someone wants to move specifically to find a woman, I mean, maybe I could suggest Africa or North Korea, but who wants to move there? So yeah, bro, I mean, in Japan people are throwing themselves off buildings because they cannot. I mean, because the government and these corporations are like wringing them like wet towels. So so they are throwing themselves off the buildings because they cannot keep working to support their wives, or either they are turning into the hikikomori, the herbivore men. In South Korea, if you could recall, there was a recent what do you call it, a conclave of democracies or something like that, so Joe Biden called in like all the democracies in the world for a conference kind of thing, a virtual conference. In South Korea is so woke that their foreign minister is a tranny.
That's crazy.
So yeah, so Asia, so you won't be like, I mean, I would say a little better off than the West in Asia, but I mean, if you look like a Western guy in Asia, like you have a target printed on your back. let me just put it this way.
All right. I'm back. What are we speaking about? I'm sorry, guys. I had to take the most like liqueous diarrhea shot there ever was. What's going on?
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. So, Cowboy, I was just talking about the topic that you guys were talking about earlier, about like moving to Asia to find a woman. So to make a long story short, I was just saying that Mgtow is worldwide for a reason, and there are no mythical lands where like the laws are fair and women are good. I mean, that doesn't exist. So people should not get a wrong impression that they'll be free and happy in terms of like women department in Asia, because I live in Asia and I know.
Sure. I mean, I think the major point of contention between what's his name, David Cummings, and I was the amount of money. I would not move to Southeast Asia unless I had at least $1 million, at least $500,000, like liquid. Bro, in the bank.
If you go to $500,000, you are okay. $500,000, $500,000 in Asia is like $50 million there.
No. See, and that's nothing, Dave. How long are you gonna live? You gonna live to 70, or are you gonna live to 90? How do you know? I have no idea.
$500,000. You if you go to Philippines with do you know you can literally buy a whole block? Like you don't need that much money, bro. Like that's a lot of money. You don't need that much money. $500,000 is a lot of money in America. You go to the Philippines, you're
It's not a lot of money.
I mean,
that's not a lot of money.
I mean,
that's not as much money as it's not as much money as you think it is, man. I'm telling you.
Well, yeah, okay. Inflation is gonna. Okay, I get that. But I'm saying,
yeah. What about inflation going into the future? I mean, come on now.
Statistically, it's almost impossible.
It's probably gonna be worth 300,000. But still a lot of money. I mean, the average person doesn't have $500,000. You can say whatever you want, but that's not an average.
Oh, come on. The average American can't even scratch together like $1,000 if their life depended on it. I'm sorry, Logic. Exactly. What did you
say? The historical returns show if you spend 4% or less of your portfolio, then you will not outlive your portfolio. So from there, you can reverse engineer rate of return that you think you're going to get, and then how much income you need to draw off of that, divide by 0.04, and that'll tell you how much you need, whatever the pot size needs to be. So that's sort of how you do the math of it.
At least in India, if you have $1,000, and if you want to live like comfortably, that $1,000 will last you a month and a half.
Really, $1,000?
Yeah. Again, I mean, you know, I guess all I'm saying is that we all have different financial goals, and until the tanks are on the streets, I respectfully disagree with people like David Cummings who say, oh my God, we gotta go now. It's go time. It's time to head for the hills. And no, I don't think it's that bad just yet. Also, I think it's worth mentioning.
Okay, but see, that's a
like
problem.
David Cummings. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Keyword just yet. So what do smart people do? Smart people head for the hills before shit hits the fan. I don't want to watch it happen in front of me. I want to watch that shit blow up when I'm not there.
But Dave, here's another problem. Where are you going to go? All these other countries are going into debt too. All these other countries are experiencing inflation just as well. Are you absolutely sure that you're going to move to Cambodia and everything's going to be a-okay? Whatever. Philippines, wherever.
No. I'm not saying, okay, of course you got to do your research. I'm not saying, okay, fuck Asia, don't go to Asia then. I mean, you can find some other place like the Virgin Islands or something like that. But what I was saying is, it's just a peace of mind. Like you're not in a regime where it subsidizes single mothers to pretty much screw a man over. You do know that you live in a society where a woman can literally just point at you and say she could say you raped her and it doesn't have to be true. Just that accusation alone, you're fucked. You can't do it in other countries. I don't, from not my knowledge, I don't know that doesn't happen in other countries.
David, it's quite similar here in India as well.
It does happen.
Really?
And I have no plans to leave.
I mean, probably not. Yeah, I mean, probably not at the same rate as there in the West, but it still happens, and it's only going bad.
See here it's like a sport. They can just say it. It doesn't have to be true. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. Okay, it probably does happen. You're right. It probably does happen. But I'm saying like over here, it's like a recreational sport. Like they can just say you did it, and if they don't like for example, if you approach a woman and she doesn't find you attractive, she can say, "Oh, he harassed me." Like what? No, you can't. Nowadays, you can't even say nothing to anybody because everyone is like, okay, if you don't look a certain way, you better talk to me because I'm a. You know what I'm saying? And this is this weird fucking society we're living in now. That's why people can't speak to each other. Everything has to be done online. It's all weird shit, but that's the world we're living in now. So I don't know.
I mean, just to make it clear that I'm not discouraging anyone to move to Asia or even to India, but like I have to give a fair warning. I mean, things are bad here. I mean, things are not good, and they are only going to get bad. So if you let's say if you move today, in 5 years' time, you're going to hate it here in terms of these family laws and this gynocracy shit. Anyways,
I've been to India 3 times, and I'm not moving there.
people have really mixed reactions for India. Like either they really love it or either they absolutely hate it. I mean, I don't think there is like I haven't heard people who have who say India is okay.
I
It's
really
either
liked
they
my
love it, either they
time.
hate.
I really
Mhm.
enjoyed my trips there. I enjoyed my time there, but I would not move there.
I hear you. I hear you. And
If I can introduce an idea, or if I can interject for a second, and then I want a factory. If you could talk about this for a second. Okay, the first thing I want to do is I want to bring up a fellow Mgtow guy. Have any of you guys heard of a guy? He's a new guy. He's only got 2 videos, but one of them got like 40,000 views already. His name is what is it? Something Shitgenstein. Shitgenstein. You guys heard of him?
No.
yes,
No.
I have.
What's his first name?
I forget.
Putrid.
I forgot as well. Yeah, Putrid Shitgenstein. Yeah.
Yeah, Putrid Schickenstein. He was talking about all this stuff, and he ended up talking about India, and he was like, "Oh my God, I hated India. I hated it." And he was talking about how even though he hated it, on an intellectual level, it was the most intense for him. And he started talking about how in India, the point of view, or like the state of mind of people is so absolutely different than the rest of the world, and how he had to rise to new intellectual heights and all this. And he said India has no pleasure. There's no pleasure in that country. That's what he kept saying. And he was talking about like in South America, it was nothing but pleasure. Every weekend, he was at coke parties and traveling around the continent. In Saudi Arabia, they were constantly trying to kill him. No one was trying to kill him in India, but there was no pleasure. There was no pleasure in that country. And then he started talking about like the this is where maybe you can come in, factory. The Bhagavad Gita. He's talking about like the Buddha. Do you know, factory, like anything about your? Can you talk about for a second about your holy scriptures? Isn't it true? Like the Buddha also talked about like feminism, or not feminism, but like women. And is it true that Buddha or Siddhartha talked about how like women cannot reach nirvana? Can you talk about that? Do you know anything about that?
I'm not sure about that because I'm not a Buddhist. So I'm not sure exactly exactly what he said about women. But interesting thing is that Buddha was originally a Hindu, and he is considered one of the 10 incarnations of God Vishnu. So
in Hinduism, you mean?
Yeah, in Hinduism. So
yeah.
Hinduism,
I understand that there's some overlap. I also understand that not all, but the majority of Indians by religion are Hindu. But do you know anything about specifically within the text about what Buddha said about women? Because I remember he was saying like women, what is it, like men come from the Godhead. Men have more, what is the capability for clear thinking, and he was saying basically like women are unable to reach the state of mental clarity that men can, and he calls it nirvana. And did you know anything about that, or no? Not really.
I'm afraid I don't. Although Buddha did, like Prince Siddharth did dump his wife and his son, and so.
Okay. Never mind. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have
no
assumed
no
that
no
you
worries,
know about.
no worries. I'm not a Buddhist, so I'm not exactly sure about Buddha's teachings. I mean, I know a little, but I'm not, I don't know so much detail. But yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know. So all I was saying, that if anybody wants to move to India or any other place, like forget women for a second, like you have to. I mean, I granted the cost of living is less, but it like moving to other place comes with a lot of other challenges. Like for example, in India, if you live in major cities, you'll have to face like more pollution. Like there will be because it's a very populated country, so you'll have like more crowded place, like streets and like different buildings. You'll have to, like, you won't get that like the quality of healthcare that you can get in the in the West, like in the developed world, you won't get that. Although healthcare is quite cheap here, and
Yeah, I
compared
was
to the
just about
West,
to
it's
say. I was just about to say, isn't there a burgeoning, for lack of a better term, a medical tourism industry in India where I've seen cases where a man, let's say he needs a surgery here in the States, it'll cost him $250,000. It'll cost him
yeah,
$200,000. In India, it costs him $9,000, and he gets a trip
yeah,
out of it, and he gets to stay at like a resort hotel.
yeah. Uh, so India is in kind of a sweet spot where the medical facilities are not exactly as good as the United States, but it's not exactly bad as the rest of the third world. So, and Indian doctors are really good. I mean,
Yes, that's another
yeah,
thing. I remember hearing an
yeah,
interesting statistic. Apparently, India graduates more PhDs and doctors every year than America has in its entirety. So I'll say that
yeah,
again. In its entirety, in 1 year, basically, India is like a PhD factory for the world. And I know
yeah,
China is as well, but it India has more of India speaks English.
yeah. India speaks English. Yes. So, yeah. So I went to Australia one time. Most of the senior doctors that I met there were Indians. Like I haven't been to United States yet, but I have some relatives here, and they tell me that like a lot of senior doctors here are Indians as well as in Europe as well, like in major countries like France, Germany, and so on. So so Indian doctors are really good. So that's why there is this medical tourism thing, because it's not really that expensive, and it gives you a quite a affordable kind of healthcare and a good healthcare. So India is in kind of a sweet spot here in this regard.
Okay. Let me. This is slightly changing the subject, but just very quick, I wanted to mention. Also, recently, I was looking into hair, like replacing your hair, the hair in your head if you're going bald. Apparently, the gold standard now is something called FUE, or follicle unit extraction, and that's where they take like a square inch of scalp or skin from your scalp, typically from the back of your head, and they'll cut it into thirds, or at least they'll cut it into half. Do you guys, anyone know? Here's your trivia for the day. What country produces over half of all hair transplants in the world? Anyone?
India.
No, not India. Although the Indian market is growing, but not India.
Okay, I am surprised that, okay.
It's Turkey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yes, India is up there for like medical tourism. Let's see, hair transplants, surrogacy. Surrogacy is growing right now in India. It's just a cheaper. Although again, I don't think I want to retire in India. If anything, if I was looking for a cheaper option than India, I'd go to like Bangladesh. Bangladesh, there's prostitutes you could find for like $5.
Okay. Although a more realistic option could be Turkey, because their lira is in downfall. I mean, in a free fall, I would say rather. And in 2023, once the current president is out of power, like people who are holding on to dollars can move to Turkey and live like kings.
Okay.
I have no plans to leave.
Okay.
Yeah.
But have you heard about the economic collapse of Turkey, like the imminent, or not imminent, rather approaching economic collapse of Turkish lira?
Have I? Yeah.
Mgtow Logic, can you talk for a second? Like, you're financially adept. You're financially astute. You got plans of expating anywhere? I told you the last time you and I spoke. I would for Philippines, Thailand, maybe Mexico. There's a large expat community in Mexico. But do you think that the political conditions exist where you would? Do you plan on leaving anytime soon? I don't see you leaving anytime soon.
I don't have any plans to leave. I don't. It would have to get really bad here for me to want to leave. If I did leave, I would consider the Philippines or perhaps New Zealand. But I don't know. I'd have to visit places before I would want to choose. I'd feel like I'm choosing blindly. So I'm pretty committed to just staying here. Although I will move to a much more rural area than where I'm at now.
There you go. I'm totally with you. I couldn't agree more. Although, wouldn't you also agree, or could I get you to cede the point that maybe moving to a southern or western state? I know you live in the Pacific Northwest. I won't ask you to be more specific, but don't you think places that appreciate civil liberties more, like let's say Texas, Florida, Tennessee, don't you think maybe would you ever consider moving to the South?
Yes, I would either go Idaho, Utah, rural Nevada, not Clark County. Texas is definitely on the menu. Tennessee, Florida. I know people in all of those areas.
Tennessee, I'll have you know, Tennessee is booming. The economy. I can't remember if there's 6 or 7 states now that don't have state income taxes. I know Tennessee is one of them. Tennessee, Texas, Florida, South Dakota, Nevada. What is it? Washington? I can't remember. I know Tennessee has kept their capital gains tax, but you know, you also have to consider, you have to consider that as well. No, I just have this general notion that moving to the South or moving to the West, if you want to stay, if your overarching idea is that you want to stay in the States, move West or move South. That's, yeah.
Yep. Idaho, Montana, some of Wyoming, but Wyoming is like really.
I think Wyoming is also no tax. Did you know that Wyoming is the least populated state in America?
Yeah, by square mileage. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, and why? Just out of curiosity, why would you even consider moving to Idaho? I mean, what are you going to grow potatoes?
I've spent a lot of time in Idaho. I have some friends and family in Idaho. I kind of know my way around. I went to school in Montana, so I know my way around in Montana.
Oh wow! Wow, that's. I hear Montana is a very unique state. I hear they're basically like Texans, except they all plug their cars in to make sure the engine doesn't freeze or something.
It gets damn cold in Montana in the winter. That is true.
Okay. What part? What area within Montana? Billings. What is it called? Silverfish. I can't remember all these places.
I spent most of my time in Missoula and Kalispell, between Missoula and
Oh,
Kalispell.
Missoula. Okay, so did you go to school? I think there's a university in Missoula.
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah. I don't know, man. Texas. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, one upside of moving to New Zealand, as Logic mentioned, adult work is legal there. So
what is legal?
Adult work.
Adult work.
Oh, adult work. Oh, you mean sex work? Sex work.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fine. That's you can use adult language, just like no calls for violence or anything.
Okay.
I mean, about that Logic. Just because Factory mentioned that. Why in all heck would you choose New Zealand? That'd be one of the least places. That'd be one of the lowest on my list. I hear their government is basically the springboard for what we would call the New World Order, bringing in the passports and everything is being trialed over there.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
You don't care about that?
From what I've seen of the country physically.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, that sort of interests me. So, if I could find a place out of a city, I still would not move to like the Philippines, or I'm not going to move to Auckland. I'm not going to move to a major city in another area any more than I would do it here. Like I wouldn't move to Austin. If I'm going to move to Texas, it ain't going to be Austin.
Yeah, right. Okay, so just well, let's finish up one idea and then segue to the other. We'll talk about Texas in a second. Just to finish up about New Zealand. If you had a choice, or based on the cursory research you've done, would you move to the northern island, the southern island? I mean, the capital's in the northern island, in the North Island, but you can still. Do you have any idea?
I think the southern island is what I've seen more of that would match up with what I'm looking for. More. It rural.
Is bigger. Yeah, it's also bigger.
Yeah.
Okay.
But cowboy taxes are crazy high in New Zealand. So like wherever you live, like Christchurch, like in the Southern Island, or maybe in Auckland in the Northern Island, taxes are still crazy high. The policies are like ridiculous. The government is like woke and loony. I mean, it's a good place to travel and visit, but like moving there, I'm not sure.
Right. I'm totally with you. Unless you have some way to keep your money in a tax shelter situation, and of course he just said, in fact, we just said it, the policies, the government there is much further to the left. I'm thinking like Florida, man. You like that salt life. Texas, basically the South and the Southwest is what I'm thinking. So yeah. Are you Logic? Are you into guns at all?
Yep.
You are. Cool. Just for fun, you want to talk about that?
That's the other reason I don't want to leave.
That's one of the biggest reasons why I don't want to leave. Yeah. My father's a Marine. He's got guns up the wazoo. My father gave me an AK-47 for a university graduation gift. My dad got me my first. Yeah. My very first gun was a shotgun when I was 9 years old. So I come from the culture. That kind of culture.
Yep.
You're not gonna be able to have a gun, in a lot of these places. So
yeah. Well,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There's a bunch of other rights as well. I mean, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Sixth Amendment, First Amendment.
Sure.
As much as people are complaining that we're losing them, I mean, they don't even exist in other places. So.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's really what I'm saying. I'm not saying America's perfect, but if you really look, you keep everything in context, we still, economically, and of course, freedom-wise, we still got it better than pretty much any country on the planet, I think.
Yeah. Well, and you can get plenty rural here real quick. There's plenty of open space here to go and hide out.
Plenty of space. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. So that's why I have no plans to move internationally.
What kind of guns? What kind of guns have you shot? Do you own any guns? Do you care to share any of that information?
I have a few. I've shot a good variety of different pistols, different AR platforms, both AR pistols and rifles. I've shot a few SKS shotguns a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What would you say is your favorite platform? I like that word when people talk about guns. What's your favorite gun? And don't say a pistol.
Right now, I think it's my. I would say my preferred one is probably AR pistol.
Okay, I'm actually not familiar with that. You mean an AK-47 that's shortened barrel?
No, so it's an AR platform. It looks exactly like an AR. It just has a shorter barrel, and it comes licensed that way. It comes
so it's a carbine
that way as a pistol.
Okay, legally, it's considered a pistol, but how long of a barrel are we talking here? 9-inch barrel, 12-inch barrel? Yeah.
I've seen them with 9. I've seen them with shorter, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is there any kind of buttstock involved? Maybe a collapsible buttstock or something?
They've got a special kind of stock, yeah.
Okay.
And it's adjustable, and then there's like a strap to it.
Okay. Yeah, right.
It makes more sense if you look it up, but yeah.
No. I'm conjuring up an image in my mind right now. Yeah, and that sounds good. I'm down with that. I just whenever I get into this conversation, when we start talking about carbines and anything smaller, I always like to bring up the fact that even though they are cool, they are very tactical, and that looks cool and whatever. They're they're lighter, they're easier, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. There's nothing like a long rifle, because remember, when you shorten the barrel, you lose muzzle velocity.
Yeah.
And that Yeah, and that's gonna greatly decrease, your punching power.
Yeah.
So you can people can speak people can make the argument that these carbines and even these smaller, whatever you want to call it, pistol designated, whatever you want to call them, they're cool, but they just don't have as much punching power as a long rifle, So I always like to bring that up.
This is true. This is also why you have more than one.
Yeah. Well, if you could only have one, like if you were sent to some weird planet somewhere, and you can only go with one gun, what gun would it be?
Oh boy.
It would be a rifle. It would be a rifle, right?
Yeah, it'd be a rifle. It'd just be a question of how long a barrel. Somewhere around, 11, 12, 14 inch.
Kind of short. Yeah, 16 inch probably. 18 inch do you better.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. We got SWAT logic over here. Okay. Okay, man. And you'd probably paint it all black too, wouldn't you, Mr. SWAT man? Okay.
I have one that's that is a little longer in 5.56, and
yeah.
I have different ones. It's like you got more than one tool in your toolbox, right?
No, I totally understand. The more the merrier. Remember, my father, he's a Marine. My father probably owns at this point over 100 firearms. So yeah, the more the merrier. I agree.
He's ready to have his boating accident.
That's right. Off the coast of California, he just happened to have his whole cache with him. It's just these terrible things happen. I'm sorry, Factory. You were saying something?
Yeah. No, I was just saying that I presume you like single action revolvers as well because you're a cowboy.
Yeah, right. As a cowboy, it's just a default setting. You like 6-shooter. You like 6-shooter pistols and lever action rifles. That's correct.
Yeah, and not the double action. No, the old single action ones where you put 5 bullets instead of 6.
What can I say? We cowboys, we are willing to make concessions. It doesn't have to be single action anymore. But yes, okay. If you really want to get into it, yeah. There are guys just for fun. They get into single action, shooter competitions. If you've ever seen them, you can go online and look.
I have seen them.
With the practice, they are deadly. You just, you can wear a glove. It's not going to break your left hand. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen them.
Well,
I would say I'm interested in guns, but we don't have guns here in India. But the good thing is that almost nobody has guns here. So
I was going to say you could always join the police or the military, but besides the military, they don't really let you run around with them.
I mean, you can still buy them, but it's still very heavily regulated. I mean, it's not that you cannot buy a gun. You can. You have to get a license, and the guns that you'll get are like really crappy. The ones that like a civilian can buy are like really crappy. So someone who is like super duper interested in guns, only these guys own guns. Otherwise, like majority of the populations don't have guns. So but I'm interested. So if I visit USA someday, you can probably show me around to a gun range.
Oh yeah. That's funny you mentioned that. I just made a video with Pulse Kebab. I've come to think that as a natural progression of our community, first off, eventually, I think we ought to become what some within the community do not want to call a movement. I'm not saying that we are, but I'm saying that I think that we eventually should become so powerful that we coalesce into, for lack of a better word, a movement. But way before that, yes, I think that the natural progression is Mgtow should start hanging out with each other. We should start forming like loose knit cliques of men. Think of like the White Lotus Society in Nazi Germany, or the French Resistance, or call it whatever you want. Basically, we should form little cliques and friendships and network with each other and do business with each other and so on. I think I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm working towards that, so I'll be purchasing some property in the next year or two, and
yeah. Think like a couple cabins,
Yep.
by a creek, and
Yep.
think a fire, a fireplace, that kind of thing, a retreat almost. You could think of it that way. Polska Bob and I, we're hosting. What's his name? Maxwell. Have you ever heard of Jordan Von Maxwell?
Yeah.
James James Von Maxwell.
I'm sorry, James. I'm sorry. Yeah, right. I could always remember. I just call him Ginger Hamster. So apparently he was in the city. He has returned back to his home city, but he's coming again. He's going to be here. He's going to be in Chicago at least 4 or 5 times in the coming months. He has expressed interest to me and to Polska Bob. We're gonna meet up, whatever. And all we're gonna do is, we're gonna take him to some restaurant. We'll probably take him to a nice lounge. We'll paint the town red. But I think we should move beyond that. We should actually form our own breakaway communities, if you will.
Yes, I agree fully. You have my
me too.
You have my screen name. If you email me at my screen name at hotmail.com.
Yes, I have good news. I remember I was telling you, please don't put it in the comment section or whatever, but you sent it in the private chat, if I recall.
Yeah.
And I was able to retrieve it. I wrote it down. Another thing worth mentioning, I didn't mention this then, but I'll mention it now. So this coming summer, just because I have enough money to waste or to burn, if you will, I am. No. It's like, it doesn't cost a lot. Okay, so I have this 1986. What is it? I have a 1986 Kawasaki 454 Limited. I know it sounds crazy because it is, or it's dangerous because it is. I've already gone on like anyway, I want to take like a countrywide motorcycle trip.
Yeah.
And what I think I want to do is a couple weeks, like maybe 2 or 3 weeks before doing that, I want to put the word out. Obviously, between then and now, I want to grow my channel a little bit more, and then I want to I want to take a cross country motorcycle road trip, and every 2 states over, I want to meet with the Mgtow, and I kind of want to film it. Like I have 2 GoPros. I'll bring a GoPro, and I'll shake your hand, and we'll go hire some prostitutes, and somewhere in Nevada, something like that. Something like that. I'm totally serious. Why not? So you're in the Midwest, right? Like,
sounds really good to me. Sounds really good. I said this plan sounds really good.
Yeah, and imagine, just in the off chance, let's say factory just happened to be in the United States at that time on a work visa or whatever. Well, maybe he wants to rent a car and come with me, and we head west first. In South Dakota, I'd stop in where my alma mater was located, go hang out with my friends, and then I'd go see Aaron Clary, and then I'd continue and go see Mr. Elite. And then you're in the Pacific Northwest. Maybe I could swing by your place. Unfortunately, Vention, he lived in the Pacific Northwest. He's no longer with us. I'd go south and go see Albuquerque Bandit or Mr. Hate Vicious. Swing into Texas. I know we got a couple of Texas boys. Swing back up north, go see Hammerhand. Go maybe drive all the way to Michigan and see what's his name, Pop. Have you heard of Pop and Blake?
Yep.
Yeah. It's just,
throw a better bachelor in there. He's in Bozeman.
Didn't he just buy some land?
He bought land for his version of Mgtow Ranch in Tennessee.
There you go.
So
good for him.
There's multiple people doing the same idea. That he's got his in Tennessee, and then my friends and I are doing one in Texas and one in Washington.
That's great. That makes me smile from ear to ear. And again, I know it sounds terrible, but I don't think there's anything terrible about saying this. I eventually want Mgtow to become nothing less than a political movement. But imagine maybe not right now, like in a generation, where we have a whole new crop, the flower of an entire generation of young men that are just like us, except they have millions and millions of dollars of financial backing because their fathers were Mgtow, and we've come together and we've become captains of industry, and we'll start taking over state legislatures. And I know that sounds crazy, but I'm really thinking I'm thinking big here.
No, it's not crazy at all. And maybe we can circumvent the process so they don't have to go step on landmines to get to where we're at, right? We can keep them from doing that.
In a worst case scenario, I mean, I'm of the opinion in a worst case scenario that like men like us can essentially, oh, how can I put this? We can step to the military. We can, you know, what's your understanding logic of history? Would you say you have a good grasp of history? Do you know anything about the Spanish Civil War?
Not much about the Spanish Civil War, but my history in general is better than the average person. But no, I don't have
Sure.
much on Spanish Civil War.
Okay, well, I find the Spanish Civil War especially interesting. Of course, Spanish is my major. It literally got to the point where the immigration problem was out of control. You had all these people from Morocco coming in, hundreds and hundreds of thousands. The economy was going to crap. All these internal problems. Finally, what happened is the military stepped in, and they're just like, or his name was Franco, and he stepped in. He's like, we're taking over. He basically said we're getting rid of the democratic process.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a bloody civil war. He ended up winning. And in a worst case scenario, I've come to my belief is that with money you can sway even you could buy off the military. Basically, if worst comes to worst, the richest men in the country can bribe the military to step in and say, the republic itself is at risk. God forbid. But maybe someone should step in and do something. Have you ever heard of Major General Smedley Butler, or the book that he wrote, War is a Racket?
No.
No. Yeah. Okay. So there's an American general. This was I can't remember which Roosevelt. Which Roosevelt was stuck in a wheelchair?
FDR, World War II.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. World War II. Yeah. Smedley Butler was approached by some of the captains of industry at the time and the private bankers, and he chronicled all this in his book. It's called War is a Racket. He was a major general in the Marine Corps. He was asked by basically the richest men in the country to march on Washington with tanks and soldiers and to overthrow the government. He was handpicked by these bankers to become the dictator, as long as they would follow the directives of the bankers. He refused. He secretly, in handwritten ledgers, he collected information on all these guys, turned it over to FDR, and I forget what I think it's called, the War Powers Act or whatever. Basically, not all of them, but a certain handful of them were able to be rounded up once the war started, and they were all tried for war crimes. Did you know any of this?
No.
Yeah, look it up. And I'm sorry to say this. I know it sounds very brutish, but at the end of the day, I think that might makes right. And I think that if it ever were to come to this, Mgtow men could actually help save the republic if we put ourselves eventually in a much stronger financial position. If that makes any sense.
Well, I mean, I guess I would term it as you're not going to have any influence if you don't have any influence, and there's just nothing saying about, you can't really argue that you can have that if you don't have the money, if you don't have the resources.
Right. I'm sorry, that was very long-winded, but basically, I think our primary directive as Mgtow is to get rich. We need to buy the system back, or to put it another way, in a very, very short way. I'm sure you're familiar with one of my favorite U.S. presidents, Lincoln. He's enshrined on the $5 bill. He's got a great quote. He says, "What is it? I can't remember. Maybe you guys can help me. What does he say? It's like the best way to. What is it? The best way to help the poor is to not be poor," or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically it.
He's got a good quote. He said I can't remember how he said it verbatim, but he basically said, if you want to help the poor, become rich and help them. Don't stay poor. Staying poor is the worst thing ever.
Yeah, and don't try to shuffle around resources either.
Well, I don't know. I don't claim to know anything about that. I think you would be a very informative person to talk to about that. I have a very simplistic mind when it comes to money. I told you before, on both sides of my family, on the German side and the Mexican side, on both sides, I come from real estate wealth. For example, my German my German grandfather. He actually left Germany in the 30s. I think he was half Jewish, but on his father's side. And if you know anything about Jewish canon law, you need to be on your mother's side to be considered Jewish. And so he wasn't technically a Jew, but he got out of there. Came here. He would buy a multi-unit investment property, pay it off, buy a second one, pay it off, buy a third one, et cetera, et cetera. By the time he died, he died first, and then my German grandmother died afterwards. She got all the property. The point is, they put together a small little empire. On my Mexican side, it's a very similar story. My Mexican grandfather came here with like the shirt on his back. Upon his death, he owned, oh God, okay, let me take another breath here. He owned a house in Mexico. He owned a house in the United States. He owned 3 gas stations, a bar, a laundromat, several cars. Same thing, like he put together a little empire. Yeah. And even though it is a less sophisticated way of doing it, I think I have it within me to kind of do something similar. And then if I were to ever meet up with someone like you who could show me how to really play the game, maybe I could become like what's that? I'm sorry, the new Noriega. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to chat with you offline and see what we can do to get you fixed up. Yeah,
I can see that happening this year. This is going to be a pivotal year for me. The first big thing I think I need to do is I know it sounds terrible, but it's true. I think it's time to move. I really love Chicago, but I don't know, man. I think I think Texas called him a name.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, have you seen what the taxes are here in Illinois, here in Cook County?
I know they're very, very high.
Do you know a pack of cigarettes now is pushing $17 in the downtown district?
I've done some tourism in Chicago, and every time I go there, it's expensive. So yeah, I mean, I can only imagine. And I've heard all the stories about your guys' budget and and the prolific spending at the state level, and the pensions being totally underfunded and all of that. So
yeah, that's in so many ways that really is what it is. The pension system is breaking the state. Quickly, I was going to say, I hear in New York now, a pack of cigarettes in the downtown district or on the island of Manhattan is over $20 now. $1 a cigarette. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Returning back to Illinois, Illinois has more branches of government than any other state in the union. It has over 7,000 individual branches of government. 7,000. Yeah, what's up?
Hey, Cowboy.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, so how's your glorious leader Lori Lightfoot doing?
Oh yes, Lori Lightfoot. Yeah, we call her what's that? Not jellyfish, Beetlejuice. We call her Beetlejuice. Yeah, you know what it is. See, here's the problem. She looks like Beetlejuice. You know why, right? Factor. You know why she looks like Beetlejuice?
No, I don't.
See, the problem is she's not getting any sleep. The story in City Hall is she's not getting any sleep. She's got these massive, bags under her eyes. She's not getting any. See, what happened is Corona broke into some gun stores and it stole all these guns. See, that's why there's all this gun violence in Chicago. You know that, right? No, she's fighting that Rona. She's fighting it. She's not getting any sleep. That's what it is. Yeah, no, the city's broke. We're broke. The city is broke. The county's broke. The state's broke. We're totally broke. Every single year they're raising taxes, but the services aren't going up. It's purely to service the debt and to service the what you could call this pension system.
And the current employees.
Yeah, and to grease the wheels of these.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and to grease the wheels of these 7,000 branches of government.
You gotta grease those palms. The factory understands the situation. Yeah, no, it's terrible. At least it's fair to say that the current administrations, at least the current employees have or are being weaned off all of these pensions. We're getting rid of pensions. Pensions are breaking us. But people like, let's say, my father and my stepmother, they both are guaranteed a pension. It's written into state law. They're still collecting. What's going to happen in the future? I don't know. But we're broke, and I'm not willing to pay, double or triple in these taxes. Texas, man, Texas.
Yep.
Texas is looking great. I was looking in the Dallas Fort Worth area. I don't think I would want to live in the city proper, but just outside, like Paris, Texarkana, Paris, Wichita Falls, Galveston, all these like secondary cities, like an hour or an hour and a half outside of Texas. Wichita Falls has got like, I don't know, like one of the lowest unemployment rates or something in the country or something like that. It's a nice city. Like 100, I think I just checked. It was a couple weeks ago. 105,000 people. So it's not like a one-horse town you've never heard of. They'll have a restaurant.
I have some friends in Texarkana area all throughout there, so they like that area a lot. It's still pretty. They've got some woods, some hills, some streams. It's not the eastern side, the western side of the state that's all just
I was just about to say that you just stole the words right out of my mouth. That's another issue to contend with. Texas is huge. If you were to consider Texas, what part? The western half is semi-arid to arid.
Yeah.
The eastern part is better in my opinion, but the southeastern part, let's say Houston or just out of, you're going to get washed away by what are those called, the hurricane. A hurricane's going to come wash you away. Every 10 or 12 years you're going to get hit. But northeastern Texas is nicer. God forbid you get hit by a tornado, but that's relatively rare. And it's not that you're not living in the desert. There's woods, there's forests and shit like that. So these are all things I think of. So
and Cowboy, how bad is the illegal immigration problem there in Texas?
Yeah. So illegal immigration is an issue here in the U.S. It's kind of there's an uptick, right? There's an uptick with what's his name, with Brandon being in office. With what's his name, with Donald Trump, actually, it got to a point where it became a trickle again. But it's increased again. I don't know the exact numbers. I think it's fair to say at least 500,000 illegal immigrants are entering the country every year under we are now Brandon. Just over the first year of his administration. Asterisks over that. I don't know. I don't have any official numbers.
So I was a while ago I was looking at the news and I saw those immigrants down there at Del Rio, Texas. I'm sure you know that news.
Yeah, I saw in passing. It was something like they had commandeered an entire overpass, and there were like over 10,000 people in this stretch of overpass.
Yeah, that's the one. So that's why I'm asking. So you said that you're planning to move to Texas, or maybe that's one of the options that you're considering. So probably best to keep this
probably not
into consideration.
Probably not Southern Texas. Here's another piece of trivia for you. I just looked it up. There are 29 legal ports of entry between Texas and Mexico. I think that is one of them. I think it was Del Rio. Is that city? There's 29 of them, and I speak Spanish or whatever. But no, I'm not thinking Southern Texas. It would have to be like mid. It would have to be the east side, and it would have to be like mid to north. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking like I said, like Dallas Fort Worth area, either just north of that or just east of that. So that's what I'm thinking. That's still a very large swath of area. What's that? I'm sorry.
But I was thinking, if given that until 2024, if like the number of people coming, like crossing the border and coming into Texas, decide to stay in Texas, will that affect like the tax rates, even if you're not like near the southern part of Texas? So will that affect like how much you pay in taxes? Because I mean, the state has to support these people at some point, right? To some extent.
Yeah, right. I mean, I'm no like actuary scientist, or I don't know any. I don't know. I imagine my understanding of like immigration is that in a way it goes both ways. Like you think like, oh my God, we're gonna have to support all these people. That's true. At the same time, there are certain considerations. Like for example, most of the immigrants, not all, but most of them tend to be men. They tend to be younger. If you know anything about men, young men, they tend to cost the least, and they tend to contribute the most. Excuse me, at least economically. It costs a lot of money. It costs a lot of money in social services, let's say, to raise children. In a way, you could say that the state or the country that takes them is saving money if they're, let's say, over 18, because they don't have to spend years and years educating them, getting dental work. They save money. It's very expensive to educate and raise a child. But once they come here and they're of working age, if they immediately place within the economy in the workforce, they start paying taxes. So but arguments can be made on both sides. I think it's a burden for the state. You're right, but I also think that they're on some level they do contribute to the economy. I will say this: Logic. Did I mention this the last time that I spoke to you? I recently read an article in one of the newspapers up here that remittances by Mexicans sending money to Mexico was over 50 billion fiscal year 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's big money. That's real big. Now that alone, I mean, I guess I'm not a favor. I believe in freedom. I'm not in. I don't know. I don't even know what I believe. I don't believe in capital controls, but that's a lot of money to leave our country. I'd prefer if that money stayed here. You would see it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know, man.
I mean,
I guess the answer I'm trying to say, I don't know, man.
I mean, like we have like here in India, we have a similar problem, not to the same extent as you guys, but we also have
the Bangladeshis come into your country and work.
Yeah, and like most of them are like belong to a certain peaceful community, and
hey.
Yeah. So
wait, well, hold on, wait, stop. Back up the trolley. So a certain percentage of them, let's say a large demographic of them, belong to a certain peaceful community. Why do you bring that up? Does parlay that into your art? Because I don't understand. So what? Does that change the politics? Or
I mean, like some of the points are common across the board, like they drive down costs if they work illegally. So like people who employ them don't have to pay them as much as they have to pay like the proper citizens, right? And
okay,
and then there is a problem of crime and rising crime in the country. And I once heard.
I was going to say, I'm sorry, if you can concentrate on that just for a second, just because I'm asking you to. Can you talk about that? There's a rise in crime. Is there really a rise in crime, or is it just bullshit? Do they go around, harassing women? What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, there have been incidents like for example, let's say I came into your country illegally, right? And like you employed me, and you're paying me like a very very low amount of wages, and let's say I get into an argument with you and I kill you. Then I have the option to run back to my country and escape escape the justice system, because technically I'm not in the books of the government, if that makes any sense. So I am also for like free movement of people, but like my only concern is that like a country should be able to say who can come come to their country and not. I mean,
Okay, right. Let me stop you right there. So the second you said that, you said, I'm also in favor of the free movement of people. I am not. Yes, within a country, I am, but not. No, I don't believe in the free movement of country, the free movement of people across borders.
No, I think you misunderstood me. When I say free movement, I definitely don't mean illegally. If you know what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. Like, I don't believe in illegal immigration. In fact, for that matter,
me neither.
I don't believe in mass immigration. But yeah, within the country, like, within, I don't know how many states India has. India has many states, probably over 30 or 40 or something. How many? 29. Oh, I thought it was more like 49. Okay, 39. Okay. Yeah, well, okay, cool. Within India, people should be able to go wherever they want.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that, like, a million Bangladeshis should be able to come into India every year. I don't know that I agree with that. And for the just stating it as a matter of belief, I don't believe in that. So
so my point was, like, for example, if like the pandemic was just upon us, like, let's say that the United States says that we are running short of doctors, we need 10,000 doctors ASAP. So then they can import 10,000 doctors from India or like wherever, but they would come to the United States legally under the supervision of the government, and they'll be able to stay until the government wants them to stay. If that makes any sense, like the government will issue them work visa. So I'm all for that. But 10,000 like 10,000 people is no small number. But so when you say mass immigration, so that becomes subjective. So what is the cutoff point? Like what number?
Well, for example, I think the United States allows. I can't remember the exact number, and I think it's fluctuated. I think I'm sorry, I don't know. I openly admit I don't know. I think it's somewhere around between 30 and 50,000. I think we allow like 30 or 40,000 legal Mexicans to come here every single year, legally. But that represents a small number. It's gotten to the point where 200, 300,000 illegal Mexican immigrants will come here every single year. That's mass immigration. We're in the tens and tens and tens of thousands overflowing into the hundreds of thousands. So you're right. That is a relative number, but
Yeah. I mean, my only point is that like the government should be able to decide how many people they want to let in that year, and like if they want to bring in doctors or maybe truckers.
Yeah, but see, that's another problem. Take like the immigration policy of a place like Switzerland as opposed to a place like the United States. In Switzerland, they have very, very tight immigration controls, or at least I know in the past they did. If you wanted to come to Switzerland, you had to prove that you had a certain amount of money, that you had a certain economic background. If you had, for a perfect example, if you had some sort of specialty, like you're a nurse anesthetist or a doctor, you'd be bumped up. What's that? I'm sorry.
It's still that way.
Yeah, that's possible. I'm sorry. I openly admit ignorance, but yes, they give preferential treatment to people who bring in capital, who bring in, skilled or at least semi-skilled labor. It's not how it is in the U.S. We want lots of Mexicans who can barely read English, who can work in a kitchen. That's how we do it.
Yep.
And I don't know that I agree with that, but we're not having any fucking kids. and these credit card companies, they need to push their financial products, and we need consumers, and that kind of. So I don't know, if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. It's the same thing in India as well. I mean, uh, I don't even want a single person to come to any other country, like any country, be it India or United States, illegally. I mean, the government should be able to say that, okay, this year we need 10,000 people, and this year we don't want anyone. So, like the
Yeah, the
country
thing
should be
is,
able
the
to
thing is
decide.
with
Yep.
India, the thing is with India, you guys have a robust population and it's growing, so you don't have that problem.
Yeah.
So and especially after the especially after the partition, as far as my understanding goes, you guys don't particularly want people of a certain religious persuasion in your country, because that's why you had the partition in the first place, because there was so much civil unrest, if you will, that there was a border created just for that purpose. And then so you have to add that as well. I consider like ethnically, I consider the Bangladeshi people your people, but they are in fact, same thing with the Pakistanis. I consider them Indians, except they follow a certain religion, if you follow me.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so now that you broached that subject, so Bangladesh was a part of Pakistan, if you're aware. Before 1971, it was a part of Bangladesh. So when in 1947, when India was partitioned, so Bangladesh and Pakistan, these two landmasses became Pakistan, and the rest became India. So in 1971, in a war between India and Pakistan, India defeated Pakistan, and they separated that country. They separated the East Pakistan and made it Bangladesh. So, uh, so now, a small, if you're interested, look at the demographics of Bangladesh in 1971, like based on religious persuasion, and
Yeah.
now look at the demographics in 2022.
Is it much more? They're more the religion of peace, right?
Yep,
I
overwhelming,
know, I know, I know,
overwhelmingly. Yeah.
I know what you're saying. Trust me. I know what you're
Hmm.
saying, and that's what I'm saying. Is like these other considerations you have to take into consideration. Um, look at just it's just a recipe for disaster. I mean, I'm sorry to
Yeah.
say it. Like, there's a reason why
No,
why the
you're right.
partition.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
And in their defense, I'm not saying that the Hindus are always nice. I understand that sometimes the Hindus can be very um, protective of their communities. So I'm not saying one side is totally nonviolent and the other side is totally violent. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, look, I'll just say it again. I'll wrap it up in 10 seconds. I consider you guys the same people, the Pakistanis and the Indians, like ethnically. But because of the religion, there are cultural considerations, and I think that those borders are up for a reason. And so basically, I'm against mass immigration. So I'll just say it again.
I hear
Cowboy
you,
and
man.
Factory, I need to exit for the evening. Thank you for the good talk.
Yeah, bro. Take care.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, great talking to you, man.
Yep, you guys take care. Bye.
Yeah, you too. Bye bye.
Anywho, yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know. India's a interesting topic, man. But
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know. I don't think. I'll tell you this. One more thing about India is I was talking to a gentleman. I don't know, not too long ago, and we were talking about the labor issues in China. And he's basically
Mm-hmm.
saying we American companies, we American corporations, we need to pivot away from China and we need to pivot towards India. And it will not just India, but India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. And he was basically saying how the corruption levels in China are going way so high, and in China, you're not really allowed to own anything if you're not a Chinese citizen. and it's very common for like an American to come in with capital and meet up with like a member of the Chinese Communist Party or just another citizen, and they're promising all these profit margins. And next thing you know, you give a Chinese citizen $50 million to build a factory. A couple years later, he steals everything from you because he's a citizen and you're not a citizen. He can just take your money. But in India, the legal framework exists where they can't do that. So it's basically a friendlier business environment.
Yes. Also, we don't have forced labor here, and you summed it up pretty nicely. I mean, what do you call, the judiciary is like similar to what we have in the West. It takes time, but I mean, it's not really that bad.
Yeah, right.
And the corruption, while in China it's rising, in India it's falling. I mean, it's still you'll still find corruption here, but compared to 5 years it's less, and compared to 10 years ago, I mean, it's like really good. So yeah.
Well, another problem in India is, I hear, especially in some states, people they're starting to become increasingly socialist. Isn't that true?
In southern India, yes. In some states in southern India, like the communists are in power. So so don't invest your money in certain states.
Well, there you go.
Especially in like let me think, Kerala.
In Tamil Pradesh.
Tamil Nadu, I am not sure whose government is there right now in Tamil Nadu, but Kerala is communist. So yeah, it's very beautiful, by the way.
They're openly socialist.
No, they're openly communist.
Well, okay, yeah, whatever word you want to use. Sure. Yeah, no, it's not good. It's not good. So, no. There's another person that just joined the stream. Are you there, Aries Arises?
I am. I've overcome my technical difficulty.
Oh yeah, great. If I could pivot towards you for a second.
Hey, Cowboy.
Oh yeah, what's up, bro?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I have to like really tune out this time. Have a good day.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
exactly. Go get back to work, or go to sleep, or whatever it is you got to go do.
Okay, bye-bye. Have a good one.
All right, man. Thanks for joining. Take care, Factory.
Yeah, you too, man.
All right, bro. Peace out. Yeah, everyone, that was OST Factory. I think he makes content. Go check him out. All right. I'm sorry. Aries Arises. Are you still there, sir?
I am.
Okay. Yeah. What's up, man?
I'm fascinated by India.
Yeah. Right. I'm sorry. I could talk endlessly. History is one of my pastimes. I'm a couple beers in here. Maybe you can entertain me for the next 20 minutes before I close the stream. Can I please interest you in introducing yourself? I don't know anything about you. I don't know that you and I have ever spoken before. Do like a who, what, when, where, why. Who are you? Where are you from? How old are you? What brought you to Mgtow? Have you ever been married? Do you have kids?
I have been married, and at this point, I have come to the conclusion that there'd be no difference between saying I've never been married and never had children, because I got the same bend over that most of us have.
Okay, talk about it. What happened? Well, first off, I guess just for fun, let me direct this. Let's call it a Mgtow interview. Where are you from?
I'm originally
be as specific or as vague as you want to be.
I'm originally from Iowa City, Iowa, and I live in the great state of Idaho now.
You live in Idaho. What part of Idaho do you live in?
Boise.
Okay. Within the city proper, or within like the surrounding
close
area?
enough to it. Close enough.
So you
basically, I live out in the mountains.
Okay.
But
cool.
If I need to go to the grocery store, I'm going to the big city. So.
No. I thought are you less than 2 hours away from the big city?
Yes. Half hour.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. So you're basically in the suburb. You're basically in the city. Okay. How old are you?
Good question. Uh,
You don't. These are all
53
personal questions. You don't have to
53 for
answer
the
any of
next
them.
month.
Okay, you will be 53 this year.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been married?
Twice. I'm foolish.
Oh yeah, you had to learn. You had to learn the hard way. Okay,
Well,
cool. How many
I
kids?
was smart enough to only have children with one of them. So
The first one or the second one?
the first one. Yeah,
Okay. There's probably a little. Was there probably a little resentment with the second one? Where you got you got a kid tagged along with you?
It didn't help things for sure, but at the very least, I was smart enough to only have children with one woman that hated me.
Okay, were they at least hot? Was at least one of them hot?
Both of them were pretty hot. Yeah.
Sweet.
And not only was the second one hot, but she could get a meal out of a single chicken, or she could get 4 meals out of a single chicken. So
that's great. I love it when a woman is handy around the kitchen.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was quite honestly, that was probably the worst part of the divorce. Was she was an excellent cook.
All those hot meals that you missed out on, you know.
That's okay. I know how to cook a chicken too.
That's
I'm
true.
kind of over it at this point. It's been about 12 years now.
Okay.
And,
okay. So you're 50. You will be 53. 12 years ago, that was so you're around 40ish with your last marriage.
Yes.
How old is your child now?
They are 30 and 29. We called them Catholic twins.
Okay. What kind of work do you do?
Well, mostly right now I just work around the farm and let the kid bring in the paycheck. But
so you're a landowner.
Yeah.
How many acres are we talking about? Are we talking like a hobby farm, 10 acres? Are we talking like something serious, 200 acres or more?
It's 8 mostly vertical acres. We have goats and chickens and game that.
Oh, vertical. Okay, so you're on like a step of a mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so so this is not flat land at all.
No. This is mining country, really. It's actually really bad.
So you can't grow anything. So
exactly. People move here all the time. They're like, "Oh, I'm going to start a garden." And I'm like, blah blah blah. I'm like, "No, dude."
Yeah, you can have a garden, but you can't really run like the operational farm. It's not economically feasible. You need flat land.
Yeah. No, this is grazing land in season and forage pretty much exclusively.
I was going to say, your land could support a couple cows, probably.
Yeah, and there's plenty of free range around. But like in July, it'll get to 120 degrees and then drop down to 40. So it's not like you can't leave a tomato out there unattended.
So you guys have like 3 seasons in one day?
Pretty much, yeah.
I remember when I was in university in South Dakota, I was dating a beautiful young lady, straight up like Midwestern farmer's daughter. Her father owned, I think at one point, he would acquire land, he would sell some, he's financing stuff. He became very, very wealthy. At his height, he owned over 6,000 acres of what you would call like, flat, prime farmland. Yeah, flat. South Dakota, real flat. Yeah. There's little hills and stuff, but you can grow on all of it. He got to the point he was so big he would rent out entire sections of his land to be farmed by other people. And there's a lot of money in it if you do it right. So that's cool.
Yeah, I've thought about things like that, but honestly, at this point, I've been through the marriage, I've raised my kids. I don't want to do that much work. I know it sounds horrible.
That's fine.
But
that's fine.
I'd rather spend my time riding my motorcycle.
What kind of motorcycle you got?
Well, I have multiple motorcycles now. Like I say,
I'm assuming because you're from Idaho, they're not like Japanese rice burners. They're like American chopper style cruisers.
No, I had a Harley Davidson for a while and traded it to a guy for some work on a vehicle. Now, let's see. I've got a KLR 650 and a
I
BMW.
I don't know what that is. Can you describe that? I mean, there really are two types of motorcycles: Japanese or American.
It's a Kawasaki dual sport, so like it's a heavy dirt bike and a light road bike.
Okay. So you said a dirt bike. So I guess there is a third type, that the dirt bike type. So it's a dirt bike.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, but it's street legal.
And what is it? A 650?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a very powerful dirt bike. I've ridden I've ridden the 50s, 75s, 125. I've ridden some dirt bikes, but okay, that's cool. That's a very strong dirt bike then.
Yeah, honestly, if I had to do it again, I'd probably buy like a 125 for the dirt work. As long as it had turns.
Nice and light. It really does. I mean, these light engines, you still get whatever. It's got all the power of a leaf blower, but it'll still move you around, and it really maneuvers differently. These smaller bikes. I say it all the time.
Saying it's more fun to ride a slow bike fast than a fast bike slow.
There you go. There you go. I totally follow that philosophy. My very first motorcycle, it was a. Have you ever heard of the Honda Rebel? Honda Rebel 250.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was my very first motorcycle. I to this day I can attest that is probably the single best motorcycle to teach someone how to drive or to teach someone how to ride. It's not too small, but it's not too big. It rides really low. Even women. It was actually marketed for women when it first came out. Even women can learn on that bike. What's that? I'm sorry.
I remember that their marketing campaign when it first came out. Yeah.
Yeah. It said something like even faggots can learn. That's a joke. I'm glad you caught that, and you caught that quick. I'm sorry. I'm pretty liquored at this point. I'm about to get on my last beer.
No worries.
Do me a favor. I was going to say introduce a new topic. I'm going to step away for 30 seconds. I got to grab the last beer.
Well, along the lines of India, they recently came out with a study. They did a break-in test on a whole bunch of different bikes, and the Royal Enfield. It won. It was the best put together bike, shedding the least amount of metal in its break-in oil change. I find that absolutely fascinating.
Yeah. I mean,
I think India is a rising faction, and we should lean into India. Honestly,
I agree. I agree.
The Southern Communist
talking about politics.
Yeah.
You go ahead. You're preaching to the choir. Go ahead. Go. Let's hear it. We should lean into India. I'm anti-communist.
Oh yeah. Communists can eat shit. Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I maybe not have made all the smartest decisions in my life, and this probably wasn't one of them. But I joined the army in 1987 because Ronnie Reagan said we had to take down the evil empire, and they were an evil empire. I mean, and they still are. It's just that they're in China now.
I don't even know where to start. My father was a Marine. Before the age of 21, I probably saw the movie Full Metal Jacket at least like 21 times. Yeah, no, we must kill communism.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the phrase "kill a commie for mommy" should become fashionable again.
There you go. Yeah. And again, I talk about it all the time. I openly, even to this day, even though in Chicago it's not considered polite talk anymore. Hold on 1 second. I had to crack that in there, beer. It's not really considered polite conversation, at least within polite company, to talk about this. But communism. On paper, communism is actually very beautiful. We're all going to get along.
It's appealing, yeah.
It's very appealing. Everything's going to be great.
Yeah.
What is it? To each his ability, to each his need, whatever bullshit they spout.
From each according to ability, to each according to need.
There you go. Some bullshit. There you go. That works a lot.
That works in a tribe. It doesn't work in a nation. Yeah. Like you can get away with that in your family.
Yeah, you can get away with that within smaller communities. Yeah, family, even an extended family.
Mm-hmm.
A small tribe of 200 people. It just doesn't work for a nation of 200 million. It just doesn't.
No.
See, the real truth is, my daddy taught me some things. My daddy taught me, people are inherently selfish. If you teach people that they can get away with not working, they're going to do it. Of course, we all should be taught a work ethic. But even if you try to teach, if you try to teach a group of people to work hard, they'll all get the message, but not all of them will internalize it. And a small percentage, through their own volition, will decide to be lazy scumbags.
Yeah.
Do we want to award? Yeah. So you know. So at the end, I think most people understand communism doesn't work. Now I think it's coming back because the elites want it, because they want to power down the economy, and they want to introduce like a world government and carbon taxes, and so I think it's being tried again, but I think it's being tried for different reasons.
I don't know if it's being tried for different reasons or not, but it's definitely being imposed again. I don't think we're going to get the kind of we'd be lucky if we got the kind of communism that was in the Soviet Union, to be honest with you, because it's gonna be like everybody has to suffer, brother, all the way up until we get the vitamin shot that puts us in the graves 2 weeks later. And in fact, that's one of the things about this jabba jabba do that has me messed up. It's because, like, I remember back in the 90s, they were talking about the North Korean retirement program, and they basically work you half to death. And if you lived through that, they would send you to the retirement home. They give you a vitamin shot, and 2 weeks later, you were dead.
There you go, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. All people stinks to high heaven.
Yeah, all this all stinks to high heaven. Yeah. How do people, how do people not get this? Like, I'm really, I really do think mostly it's ignorance and laziness. Most people don't want to read. Most people don't want to read. Most people don't listen to the radio, like talk radio, news radio.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm flabbergasted.
Yeah. No. Well, I forget who said it, but there's an old quote that I recall that says, most people would sooner die than think. In fact, they do.
Yeah. Well, it says in the Bible, I can't remember who says it. My people die for a lack of knowledge or some crap like that.
I believe that's in the book of Isaiah. Yeah. And, I have a grounding in the King James Version, but I'm not particularly religious, but it's effective. It's important to have a lot of those ideas. If nothing else, it'll give you a good grasp on English if you dig into it.
Sure.
Right. I don't know. Honestly, Mgtow, to me, in large part, it's an individual survival strategy, and sure. any given man is going to crash against the wall until they figure it out, and it's a lousy way to found a society. Honestly, I mean, socially and civilizationally, I think Mgtow is probably the single worst thing to come along ever. Individually, it's the only option we have. It's the only option we have as an individual person. My mom asked me once.
Again, this is a personal question. You don't have to answer any of these questions. These are all personal questions. When's the last time you fucked? When's the last time you had sex with a woman?
3 years ago.
Right. Okay. And would you be willing? Can you describe your sex life? Were you very, very promiscuous? Were you a tart? Were you very active in your college years, but then you slowly slowed down?
Prior to my first marriage, I had been with a generous 9 women. And I was 22 years old. I had just gotten out of the Army. I had just been recalled to active duty for the first Iraq War. And honestly, was just too dumb to know I should have said no. So I got married, and I'm a man, and I was committed, and I was going to work. It was essentially part of my programming. You go to school, you do your national service, you get a good job, you get married, you have kids, you work to improve the quality of life for your children, and then you retire and play with your grandkids.
Sure.
But at a certain point in time, I had been accused of cheating so many times when I'm like, bitch, all I'm doing is getting up and going and hanging 100 sheets of drywall.
Right.
And one day
these women, you come home and they're like, where were you?
Yeah.
You're 5 minutes, you're 10 minutes late.
Yeah.
It's like,
if I'd stop and get a cup of coffee on the way home from work, she would flip out. And then one night,
who is she?
Yeah. One night she told me that she was going to kill me in my sleep. And I was like, well, I can't sleep here now. And she's like, well, I was just kidding. And I'm like, really? Because that sounds like premeditation to me. And,
and why would you say that? Even if you were upset, why would you even say that?
Yeah. So anyway, because I was young and dumb, I just kind of like was the punching dummy. And thankfully, I finally paid off all the child support, probably about 6 years ago. But I forget where I was going from there.
No, I was just asking you step by step. Share your share everything, not just the military. Share your entire Mgtow history. So if I'm understanding you correctly,
yeah. So then
you're 52. You're from Idaho.
I was in the middle of the divorce, and I just been accused of cheating so many times that I was like, fuck it. If I'm going to do the time, I'm going to do the crime. So I did slut it up pretty good and hit triple digits. And I was
this
like,
was when in your late 20s or your early 30s?
I was still in my early 20s, actually.
Oh wow! So you got married young.
Yeah. And then around 27, I was like, poking the hole is fun, but there's more to life than this. And, I want to be able to cuddle and snuggle and build a future with somebody. And so I found a lady that I was particularly attracted to and played the game and won the prize. And everything was pretty swell for 8 years. And then one day she was just like, I don't love you anymore. And I'm like, okay. I don't know what that means. And so on Mother's Day, she told me that she wanted a divorce and that divorce was going to fix all her problems. And
I'm sure it did.
Oh yeah. And 6 months later, she was like sitting there fucking crying and carrying on. And, not the attractiveness wall, but like she smacked herself into a wall and caught a DUI. And like, there's always been like, oh, you're abusive. And I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure I'm not abusive. And like, at one point she was like, oh, I'm sorry I called you abusive. The guy I married after you, he was actually abusive. She's like, he smacked my head against the bathroom.
Yeah, she probably deserved it.
I'm like, tough shit, woman. I don't care.
She fell apart emotionally afterwards?
Mentally, emotionally, physically, and so, I hadn't quite got the Mgtow thing. It wasn't really on my radar at that point in time. And I was like, well,
yeah. If you can, talk about that. Talk about what I like to call your journey to Mgtow. When would you officially start calling yourself a Mgtow? What's the worst red pill moment you suffered? Any sort of, epiphany that you may have come across?
What really did it for me, actually, was I was seeing this girl, and she had a 5-year-old child, and, because I'm such a jerk, the child was like, oh, you're the greatest thing since Scotch tape, and I was like, her husband had died in a motorcycle accident. And so I was like, well, there's no like baby daddy drama, like right there, like going to be there every month or something. So I was dating her.
It's a nice clean cut.
Yeah. And so I was dating her and things seemed to be going well. And she made a date. she's like, oh, I want to go to the Harley Davidson dealership on Saturday at 10 and go look at whatever event they were having. And I was like, well, I'll have to like disrupt my sleep schedule because I was working nights at the time. I was like, but that sounds fun. Let's go do it. So I got up at 9:30, which was like 6 hours ahead of my schedule. And at 10:01, she sends me a text that says she doesn't want to go. Like, honestly, if she had sent me that text at 9:59, I'd have probably been like, okay, whatever, we're out. But she sent it at 1 minute after we had arranged to meet. And my only response to her was, that's fucked up. And at that point, like, I don't know, eventually I kind of started seeing Mgtow content on Facebook, which I've since abandoned, and started running into people like Hammerhand and, you know, the usual suspects. And
so do you consider yourself a Mgtow? Do you consider yourself a Mgtow, or you consider yourself Red Pill?
Honestly, I would be hard pressed to really know the difference. I mean, I guess I could see differences where, you know, the Red Pill is you're seeing the world for as it really is. But if you see the world for what it really is, then you'd better go Mgtow, because any involvement with any of them for any reason is a sucker move. Yeah.
So would you say so do you call yourself a Mgtow?
Yes, sure, absolutely.
Do you see Mgtow as an extension of the Red Pill? Do you see Mgtow as an evolution beyond or past the Red Pill? What do you mean when you say that?
I'm honestly not a huge fan of the term Red Pill, because it comes from a movie that was made by people that later went on and did whack job stuff. No, I'm pretty much just a Mgtow. You know, I see the world for how it really is. So I have that red pill, so to speak, but you know, no, for me, it's just personal survival. You know,
sure. I made
when you get bit enough times by one particular thing, at a certain point, you're like, oh, I'm just not going to reach my hand out to that thing.
You know, how many times you got to burn your hand?
Exactly. I'm not going to touch the hot stove again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit more about Idaho. You lived in Idaho all your life?
No, I came down here after the first divorce.
Where were you born?
Iowa.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. You stated that before. I'm sorry. Okay, so where have you lived most of your life?
Most of my life I've lived in Idaho. When I went through my first divorce, I was living in Anchorage. And
what? You were living in Alaska?
Yeah. I spent 9 years up there in my 20s.
Whoa. That's okay. That you threw me for a loop there. So I'm assuming that you have observed the Aurora Borealis.
Yes, multiple times. Yeah.
Okay. Is it always green? Is that just what it is?
I've seen it be red, blue, purple.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing. It really is.
Okay, that's awesome. That's awesome.
You can actually you can hear them. They make an almost like moaning wolf-like sound.
Wow. That's absolutely fascinating. Okay.
So I had to leave because at a certain point the situation was so muddy, and I was like, look, there's only one way for you to clear muddy water, and that's to leave it alone. So
there you go. I'm totally gonna steal that analogy. Consider that analogy totally stolen.
Please do. Yeah. So, you know, everybody was like, oh, this is all your fault. This is all your fault. Why are you causing all these problems? And I was like, it's not me. And so I was just like, all right, fine. If I'm the problem, I will remove myself from the situation and we'll see what you guys can accomplish. And eventually everybody involved came back and told me, they were like, oh, we're so sorry. We didn't believe you. You know, she burned everyone. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. You know, I have my life.
They all come crawling back.
Eventually. Yeah. Yeah. And
that was like, basically, well, I was going to say that was basically my experience, or that has basically been my experience. I have become completely 100% convinced that really what's going on is, and the man is not taught this. The man is not educated in these subjects, and that's what Mgtow is for. I push Mgtow. Eventually, I say it all the time. I want this to become a political movement. We need to start teaching this in high school. It's all part of an elaborate. It's actually very simple, but really it's elaborate. When it's first put on you, it's very elaborate. It's a psyop. Excuse me. Excuse my belching. Excuse me. It's a psychological operation. It's like a preemptive strike. They know. Basically, they know they want to control you, but they have to spin this narrative that like, oh, you're an asshole. You're trying to control us, and oh, you need to do this, and you need to do that. There's all these things you need to do. You need to understand. It's like no, just stop.
Yep,
just stop. I'm a man. You're a woman. Just because I want to have sex with you doesn't mean that all the shit that you're saying is true. The real truth is they're spinning all these lies. They want to control you.
Yeah,
but they can't do it physically, so they gotta come up with some.
Too, but men and women both have like the blue pillars, the normies. They have a real problem a lot of times where just because they think something, they think it's true. And just because I think something doesn't make it true. I can think that there's no such thing as gravity and that the earth sucks. That doesn't make it true.
Right. I've made a video about it. I call it natural law. It's old, it's natural law, just
there's a lot of people out there that they'll just think something and just because they thought it, they think it's true.
Just because, exactly. Just because you think, or just because you want something to be true, or just because you're taught something is true, doesn't mean it's true. So much of what you need to know can be observed. Again, I'll just use the term natural law. The 7 Hermetic principles, cause and effect. Yeah, they have whole courses on this. Okay. Yeah, no, I completely agree. This is where Mgtow comes from. I think Mgtow is based in observable reality. You see a woman acting a certain way, and then you turn the TV on, but then you hear like the corporations and the media and the government saying, women are victims, men are oppressors, men are the problem. Men need to do more. And it's just like this is all bullshit. When you open your eyes and you go to work, you see these women, they're lying and cheating. You're the one telling the truth. The whole thing's a scam, I'm telling you.
Well, and if you are telling them the truth and they know you're telling them the truth, they'll tell you that you're still being manipulative. Like the truth is a manipulative act. Like what?
Right.
And it's not just societal pressures doing this. I have a neighbor that is homeschooling their daughter.
That's great.
And you can, it has its ups and downs, I'm sure, but like she's not involved in all of the societal nonsense of schooling and the general public, but it's still, you can see the female behavior in her.
Yes, of course. Okay, so the homeschooling aside, yes, of course. Let me introduce the idea of psychology and behaviorism. In university, I studied languages. Spanish was my major. I can speak Spanish. I can read, write, and speak Spanish. But I'm telling you, just for fun, I basically have a second bachelor's degree. How about an associate's? I don't want to toot my horn too loud, at the very least, I have an associate's. I'm telling no self-learning. I'm an autodidact just for fun. This is what I do.
Sure.
I have. You can go online. You can take whole courses in psychology for free online. Yeah. So, what is it? Well, the boy asks why. The girl says, "But I." So basically, when you learn about behaviorism and human psychology, you learn the nasty, ugly truth, and that is that so much of this is biological. The girl at about 6 or 7 years old becomes extremely manipulative. You can see it.
Yep.
When a girl is 2 or 3 years old, she's just like, "Oh, daddy, I love you, daddy. Yeah, I missed you. Let's go see daddy. Yay." By the time she's 6 or 7, she's already plotting on how she's going to steal from you. It's amazing. Or how she's going to manipulate you in some fashion.
Yep.
That's nature. That's nature. So what I'm saying is we need to start incorporating known or discovered scientific knowledge into law. Basically, we need to start acknowledging in law that women are solipsistic and that men are not. The problem is that's so politically incorrect that right now we're told that that's not allowed. I believe that really what's going on is the ultra rich, in their bid to hold on to power for a little bit longer, they're going to twist the political system in ways that we can't even conceive. Everything that's true, they're going to try to turn into a lie.
Right.
That's what's going on.
I have to agree. I mean, things are not going to get better anytime soon. They're going to get much worse before they get better. There's no question about that.
I completely agree. What I'm saying is, I think that these people, now we can call them globalists or billionaires or call them whatever you want. The intelligentsia, the think tanks, Davos crowd,
enslaving us.
Well, yeah. See, I think they're very forward-thinking people. I think that they saw years ago, decades and decades ago, and they said to themselves, "We got to throw another monkey wrench into this whole thing. You know what we got to do? We got to give women rights. That's what we got to do. That's the new big thing." So they started pushing all this. These people, they just create these mass movements that you can believe. You got to believe in these mass movements that they push for us. No, they knew. They foresaw all this coming. They saw like, oh crap, like literacy has been going up, child mortality is going down. Oh God, people are becoming too smart. They want high levels of health care. They all want good jobs. All of this spells disaster. These people are going to want to be free. These people eventually are going to want to break free of our imposed financial or whatever you want to call it, socioeconomic system. We need to create complications within society that stymie their progression. So we're going to create a new movement. That's right. It's feminine. We're here to help the women. But really, it just turns into like another form of social control. The next thing you know, women want to start like cutting boys' balls off and injecting them with chemicals. It's like, it's
I can't even imagine being a father of a small child in this decade. It's insane.
I can't imagine having a son. I can't imagine having a girl today. I don't know what I would do. I'd probably just give her up to. I'd give her up for. She's gonna be a 3-year-old. She's gonna put me in jail.
Yep.
Or maybe no. I'll give her 6. She's gonna turn 6 years old. Her mind's gonna develop to the point where she can realize that she can manipulate. She's gonna watch MTV. And then she's going to call the police and accuse me of bad touching her, and then I'm going to go to prison.
Yeah. At any point in time, that can happen. And that's like, people can say all they want, well, not all women are like that. And okay, maybe not all are like that, but all of them can be like that at any time they want. Usually at the time you can least afford the headache.
Yes. Okay. So I talk about that all the time. The way you put it is very eloquent. I would take it a step higher and say, right, we're talking about the laws. You just said, well, they won't all do that, but they all can do that. Really what you're alluding to is provisions in our law that basically say that they have the legal right to do that, and then they can bring upon you all these legal problems. That's really what it is. I'm convinced.
Say you can't have a second glass of milk, and your day can be ruined.
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing. I don't. It's gotten to the point now where I don't even.
Now, my mom asked me once. She said, "Do you ever think you'll ever get married again?" And I just started laughing.
Yeah,
I was like, I'd be better off walking down the street asking random people if they want half my stuff.
I don't even make eye contact with women I don't know anymore. Like on the street.
No, it's why would you? It's basically pulling the pin on a grenade. I'm sure you've heard the analogy of like, okay, maybe they're not all like that. Here's a box of hand grenades. 11 of them will explode 5 seconds after you pull the pin. One of them's going to blow up in your hand.
Yeah. No, it's just like I sedate myself with beer, cold beer, especially when I hit the weekend, But it's like in the long view, it really has gotten to this point where it's like I don't see myself ever having kids unless it's through surrogacy, and I most definitely don't see myself living or marrying with a woman. It is truly sad. It is truly depressing. The only thought in my mind is I can rise above and literally overthrow the system by taking over the system, becoming independently wealthy and surrogacy and buying my own plot of land and installing solar panels and rise above all this.
We're never going to be Bezos rich, and Bezos isn't rich enough to really take over anything. He's just playing ball.
Yeah, no, you don't need. I'm convinced you don't need to be as rich as Bezos. You need to be rich enough where you can afford an education well enough where to become Mgtow, to become financially or independently wealthy, right? And then you live by these principles. I mean, I'm really serious. That is basically it. Mgtow is beautiful. No marriage, no cohabitation. Those two principles right there. Most of your problems, you're going to avoid most of your problems.
You're going to avoid most of your problems. And my biggest motto is, don't get married, don't have children. Which is why I say that.
Why did you get married? And why did you have children?
Well, because it was part of the programming.
I'm just giving you shit.
I was raised, by my parents and had the church upbringing and my grandparents, and you go to school. What
religion are you?
Episcopalian. Well, I was Episcopalian.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was. I'm sorry. Is that the Anglican Church in America?
It is.
Okay, right. Okay, so basically you're Anglican. Okay, I mean, I'll say it again. The Anglican Church in America. Got it. Yeah. Okay. What did your father? Can you speak for a second about your parents? How many kids do they have? What did your father do?
My father was a carpenter. I followed in his footsteps for the most part.
Was his name Joseph and your mother's name was Mary?
No. And I am not Jesus. I do not want to be nailed to a cross.
They'll nail you to a wall. That's good enough.
They probably nailed Jesus to the cross with his own hammer.
Yeah.
But it is a pretty ordinary blue collar family. My dad was a carpenter. My mom was a school teacher. Everybody they all had degrees for the most part, but they were
how many children did your father and mother have?
Just me.
Oh wow, okay. I figured you were going to say like, oh, they had like 4 kids, and Okay.
Yeah, no, Anglicans can use condoms and other
Okay.
forms of birth control.
Lambskin.
Yeah, little lambskin. But just the culture I grew up in, it was it was mostly blue collar, and that was just what everybody was expected to do, more or less. You finish school, you do your national service, you get out, you get a job, you get married, you have children, and repeat. Like none of my friends' parents were divorced. It was, it was just after Ronnie Reagan had given us the no-fault divorce, which is why I'm kind of like not a huge fan of him at this point anymore now.
Yeah, right. Remember that. Yeah, a Republican gave us no-fault divorce. That's right.
Yeah. But like I say, it's not a great philosophy for society in a larger way, because ideally that's what we do. We get married in our fertile years, we have children, we teach them our trade, we teach them how to survive and thrive in the world, and then we retire and die. And there's nothing wrong with that, and a lot of things right with it. Okay, maybe
yes, I agree. The problem is men have lost power in our society. The governments, the corporations, they have taken control. They have wrestled away through control, the control of the man. They have legislated us down to the status of what you could call a slave, or at the very least a second-class citizen. And now I think men are just in great numbers are just starting to realize this. Again, I just said it earlier. I just said it 2 hours ago in the podcast. Kevin Samuels did an interview with Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj is arguably, I don't know, the second or third most famous American musician, entertainer. I don't know who the most famous. She's the top. She's the top of the top.
She's definitely top tier. Yeah.
Red Pill is going mainstream.
Oh yeah.
So I think our ideas are getting out there, but what's the end game? I think the end game is oh man, I don't even know. I think the end game is we need to overthrow the system. I'm not saying we have to use violence, but there has to be massive social change. Men need to regain power within the family, period. If you believe in game theory, then that does mean that women must lose some power. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with saying that. Women must cede back some of their power. In the Civil War, we decided that white men are not allowed to own slaves. If we can take some power away from white men, we can take some power away from white women. I say that openly and publicly. Right now, that's not a very popular notion, but I think it needs to be said.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. I think it's the same thing as Donald Trump, honestly. As much as I liked him, it's too little too late. We're not going to see any real change until we have a complete societal collapse.
That's all I'm hearing. I hear most people think just like you. For that matter, I think the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Collapse. Because with collapse comes suffering. And that suffering, it'll change the way you think.
The minute they can't call a gang of blue goons to come and slap you down because you didn't give her every cent of your paycheck, that's when it's game over. But as it is now, it's like if she gets a hangnail and has a bad hair day, you have a bad day.
That's right. And so I think ultimately these things, these ideas, these tenets of Mgtow, they need to be eventually codified into law. For example, I'll give you an example. In the United States, if a man and a woman get into any sort of not a verbal altercation, but a physical altercation, and the police are called, the police operate off of something. I'm talking about law now.
Mm-hmm.
Police operate off of something called the Duluth model. Duluth model. It's about domestic violence. They literally have a circle with a hole in it. We call that a wheel.
Yep.
And it's broken up into slices. It's called the wheel of power.
Yep.
And the man is considered bad. It's a fucking circle with colors.
Yep.
You know, it's all, none of it's scientifically based.
360 degrees of ways the men are keeping you down.
Yeah, well, okay, but in Russia, I was talking about this a couple hours ago in the broadcast. If a man and a woman get into a physical altercation and the police come, the police don't arrest the man. It's written into the law. Literally, it's written into Russian law. Sometimes, you gotta fucking slap a bitch.
That's right.
Why do the Russians see that, but we don't? I'm telling you, we see it too, but
and
I'm
I have had
claiming that
women specifically tell me that.
Because it's all taken over. It's all co-opted.
Because they want me to man up and show them who's
it's all bullshit. No, it's all bullshit.
And I'm like,
it's all a psych war. It's all a psych war. The corporations have taken over. The militant feminists, the Marxists, the long, as they call it, the long march through the institutions, the intelligentsia, the academy, or excuse me, the academy, otherwise known as the universities. You got the universities, you got the corporations, you got the government. They're all working in tandem, or tandem is two. The three of them. They're all working together. They're all pushing this idea that like men are bad. It's all bullshit. It's all about power. They're hoodwinking the men writ large. That's what's going on.
And how many of these people that posit all that stuff, the corporations, the academia, and all that, how many of them actually end up being the worst offenders?
Yes. Okay. So there's also that, right? Like you have
CNN, Zucker, Harvey Weinstein, all of these people.
I was just about to bring him up. That what's his name? He was not the director, the president of CNN.
Zucker.
What's his name? Jeff Zucker.
Yeah.
So he was just fucking around with one of his pages or his underlings. A couple months before that, wasn't there another a director or producer who was fucking underage kids? Get all these, look at Hollywood. They're all fucking kids.
Every one of the top tier virtue signalers are the worst offenders of everything they are insisting we comply with. Like, people are like, oh, so it's just okay for you to beat a woman? I'm like, which of us actually want somebody to beat our mother or our sister or our aunties? You don't want somebody to smack your mom around for no reason.
Right.
I don't want somebody to smack my mom around for no reason. I don't want somebody to beat my auntie or my cousins. Like, what are you, out of your mind? But I also understand that if she's coming at you with claws flying, you have to put her in her place.
Sure.
You have to do that with a dude too.
So what I'm telling you, what I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that I think the people in high places, they already know this.
Yep.
They already know. These people don't delude, don't become delusional. Don't delude yourself. These people, they have a very firm grasp on psychology and human nature, female psychology, male psychology. They know that. They know women are fucked up. They know that. Yep. They know how women are. But there's this new philosophy. See, it's all about power. It's all about control.
Let me pause you there for a minute, because I think you just gave me a thought. It's not that women are fucked up. It's that the way we've been indoctrinated into dealing with and treating women is fucked up. Women are just women, and they're going to be the way they've been that way for hundreds of thousands of years, and will be that way for at least tens of thousands more years, presuming we survive this century. But what the position that they're putting us in is fucked up. The only person that ever gave me a black eye is a woman. And if I went to the cops and said she gave me a black eye, the first things out of their mouth would be, "What did you do?"
Right. Right. So, you know, yeah, it's like, or, let me give you an example. It's like gun violence. Who's at fault? Everyone agrees that when an innocent person is murdered, whatever they were doing, they're just sitting in their apartment and a random bullet flies and hits them in the noodle, and they're, whatever. A child walking down the street, who's at fault? The guy who pulled the trigger,
Yep.
The police who didn't respond on time, the FFL agent who sold the gun to the guy, the straw purchaser, the gun manufacturer, the government who allowed their population to have guns. Where does the responsibility start? Where does the responsibility end? I don't know. I just think there's a lot. Essentially, I'm disagreeing with you. I think there's a lot to be said about personal accountability. We have to admit that there is such a thing as female malfeasance or female
I'm not saying there's no malfeasance. That's what I'm saying.
Female malevolence.
I'm just saying that's it's always been female malfeasance, and the fact that we're handcuffed in the face of malfeasance.
Well, when I think of malfeasance, I'm sorry, that wasn't the most proper word I can use. When I think of malfeasance, I think of like government or bureaucratic agents at work. I think the more proper term would be malevolent. I really do. I really do think, and this is at this point, this is me. This is not an original thought. This is me parroting one of my favorite. Have you ever heard of Paul Elam?
Oh yeah, an ear for men.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. A voice for men. Well, first I think it was an ear for men. Then he changed it to a voice for men. Excuse me. Now I think he's changing that up and he's calling it the XY Crew. Have you heard of that?
I have not. No.
Yes. Apparently he's stepping down. And he's handing over all the reins to I don't know, some other guy. But
Dead Chronic.
It's not. With that. I mean, did you say Undead Chronic?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what you think of him. I like him overall, but I have a major criticism of him as of late. The last couple of streams, like he's almost become too bombastic, like literally too loud. I think I speak really loud, but like in some of his videos, he's almost screeching his message, and I think he has a valuable message, and I think I think it detracts from the quality of his work when he screams too loud. And
it's all part of his frat boy persona, and I agree.
There you go. Like, go. Notice how you said frat and not fraternity, and that's the problem.
But let me just say something real quick along that line, because I have noticed actually in the last few months, maybe even year or so, there's been a lot less red pill rage type of comments I've seen on YouTube. I think that's
good. That's good. I think that shows the maturation of the community.
You're right. I think it was like
evolving as a community.
Snake. It's like there was a big lump of men that were all of a sudden they're like, whoa, this is how this is. And now we're like, as a group, we're like kind of like out of the rage factor, and and younger people coming through, they don't have the red pill rage because their 25-year-old brother was telling the 19-year-old brother, don't get married, don't have children.
Speak, preach. Yeah, that's it right there. I have formulated the same type of idea. Most people in the most men in the manosphere are not 90. They're not 85 years old. Most men in the manosphere are not 12 years old. Somewhere in the middle. These are men in their 20s and 30s and 40s. Oh, there's some of them are in their 50s. Yeah. There's some in their 60s, but most of them are between 50 and 30. And as a group, we're when you're 21, most guys are not yet married. But by the time you're 31, most guys who are going to get married, they are married, they've had kids. And so at a certain age, you're right. It's like a block of people moving through history. enough of us are experiencing this at about the same time that yes, we're like a generation moving through this. So yeah. I think we're through. I think MGTOW is evolving. I think we are. I think most of us are past the red pill rage phase, and now most of us, what is it called? The 5 stages of grief.
Yep.
I think most of us are now in the acceptance phase, and that's where the political change will come. I think most, oh God, I know it sounds terrible, but like any men that are going through the red pill rage, if you're listening to this, it's definitely rough. It sucks. It lasts years. You're not going to be okay in a week or two. But it slowly fades, and then you just accept it, and then you become like the worst thing in the world.
You're not alone at all. Like that was a huge thing for me, because when I went through my first divorce, there was so much crazy making going on that if I tried to explain what was going on to people, they'd be like, well, that doesn't happen. Like if I had tried to turn it into fiction, people would be like, I don't believe that. But there's so many people now that have had that kind of crazy making dumped in their lives for no reason other than she wasn't happy, that it's become more credible. People see with their eyes what's before their eyes now.
Yes, credibility. I think that the red pill community has grown by orders of magnitude in what you would call a social standing, social credibility. People take us more serious. Again, I'll just say it. One of the biggest mainstream actresses, musicians, Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj is arguably in the top 10 most famous people in America today. She was speaking with one of the biggest red pill content creators, this Kevin Samuels.
Yeah.
And of course, Hammerhand talked about it at length. There were probably, her agent probably gave her a script, and it was probably, very, massaged. But the real truth is, this is getting so big. It's like a lid. It's like a they can't keep the lid on it anymore. Critical mass is being reached, whatever you want to call it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, I don't take a soft stance on this. I take a very hard stance. Conservative-minded men have to have the idea that, like, we should just take over the system. Think of us as like we've lost a series of battles, but we haven't lost the war. They've taken the cities, but we control the countryside. Guerrillas by night. Not army parades by day. Like we haven't lost the war. Actually, I think we're going to win the war.
I think you're right, because they're already crying about their pet wallets are no longer around. They're in an army of guys tricking out cash for them in person. I mean, they may have their OnlyFans simps or whatnot, but how many people are really making money off of that? Not a lot. And
okay, if I can segue and take the conversation in a slightly different direction, and of course, my goal, I'll openly admit, is to evolve, bring evolution to the Mgtow community. I want to talk a little bit about politics. I want to bounce some ideas off of you. Let's start with prostitution. What are your thoughts on prostitution?
Well, the first thought that leaped to mind is, why is it illegal to sell what you can give away for free?
That reminds me of George Carlin. Okay,
that's where I got that.
Okay, let me back up the trolley. I want to start on what I would call common ground, solid ground, common ground. And this is not an original thought. This thought has already been developed. I heard it. I liked it. I've adopted it. Have you ever heard of Paul Elam and Mark Golden?
I've heard of Paul, but I don't recall Mark. No.
Okay, they work together. They also work with an esteemed professor. What's her name? Professor Janice Fiamengo.
I remember Paul talking to her several times. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. They talk about how it really all gets back to something called gynocentrism, right? Have you ever heard of the term gynocentrism?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So that's what I'm gonna I'm gonna start with that term. That is the problem. The problem is gynocentrism. Gynocentrism is a supremacist movement that posits the idea that the life, the hopes, the dreams, the desires, the political aspirations of the female are in fact more important than the needs or the concerns, etc., of the male. Gynocentrism is the problem.
Yeah.
Therefore, we need to move towards a more not gynocentric but androcentric future. And that is to say, we need to move towards. I'm trying to watch my words very carefully and describe very succinctly what I think. We need to move towards a society where men, the desires, the hopes, the dreams, the wishes, the political aspirations, the wants of men are considered equally with women. That being said, so I'm laying like a deep level.
Let me pause you there and just say, I don't think it should.
Hold on, stop. Wait, please. Oh, I'm sorry, stop. I was just trying to lay a very, very basic political platform. Okay. And from that, I wanted to say all the things. I'm sorry, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Well, I think the wants and needs of men should be placed above women's. We're the ones that invented steel. We're the ones that gave them 95% of everything that they take for granted today. And if we had wasted our time,
I understand what you're saying, and actually, I actually agree with you to a certain point. I just don't like the idea of saying that women should be slaves. I don't believe in slavery.
No, I agree with that.
I think that women should have rights. They should have human rights, but just because you can't make a woman a slave doesn't mean that that she should necessarily have the right to vote.
I agree.
So, yeah. Okay, so I think and so if you could be very, very descriptive with your words, like, yeah, I mean, so that being said, I think we need to move towards a society where men figure out. The first thing men have to do is en masse. We have to figure out that we're under attack. And that's where I think where we are now. I think we are now reaching a phase where men are realizing in critical mass that we are under attack. Yep, that's great.
I think you're right.
So now, okay, well, here's the problem. So now men are going to start becoming defensive. That's great. The level of resistance to all this shit is going to go up. What I'm saying is we need to go even further. We need to start becoming what is it? The best defense is a good offense. Have you ever heard of that?
I have.
Yeah. Eventually, we have to start going on the offensive, and I think that can be done primarily through finances. Men have to take over the economic system. We have to start engaging in economic warfare against what you can call the corporations, the government, and yes, women. If women are not going along with our political agenda, you pay child support. I'm sorry, how many children did you have again?
I had 2.
You had 2. Okay. What if you had the legal right to say, I'm not going to pay anything for these children unless I have power over them, and I decide how much they get, and I have to be directly involved, and blah blah blah. And men should have power, and da da da. It would have been a totally different story.
Yep. Yeah. I guess I've been drinking a little bit too, so the idea is slipping through my head.
Yeah, no, me too. I just finished my 6th beer. My name is Arnold. We need to get out of here. They're trying to kill you. Let go of me.
Undead Chronic had that male feminist on the other day, and is like said something about well, when you put it like that, do you think that men should have the children in divorce? And I'm like, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. 100% of the time, unless
100% of the time.
Yeah, unless there's like obvious egregious things happening, you know.
Right, unless you've been busted for the 3rd time this year for selling meth. Right. No, I get that.
Yeah. But you know, pretty much anything a woman brings to the table in a child's life can be hired out for about $600.
Yeah, no, right. No, I agree. No. It's worse than that. It's so
But
much
what a
larger
man
than
brings
that.
to a child's life can't be hired out for thousands of dollars.
Right. This is the problem. It even says this in the Bible,
Yep.
or in the Pentateuch. The Pentateuch are the first 5 books of the Bible, otherwise known as the Torah. The Torah is the Jewish Bible, or the Jewish Holy Scripture. It says in the Torah, a child is to be raised by its mother. Once a child turns 7 years old, it doesn't matter, boy or girl, it is to be raised by the father. And this is like deep level psychology. Even the ancients recognized the father imparts, you call it whatever you want, a value system. In psychology, they call it the super ego. The father is necessary for the proper raising of the child. If not, what do we see? These children are raised by the mothers. The children become solipsistic. They become messed up. They're poorly socially. They come to think and act like women. And then you have these soy boys on one side, and the girls, they're all messed up too. They drop out of high school. Teenage
Arguably
pregnancy.
more messed up.
What's that? I'm sorry.
The women are arguably more messed up without a father in the house.
You know what? You can go either way. I would entertain. I would entertain boys or girls. The boys, they become fucked up. Alcoholism through the roof.
Excuse me. 90% of homeless people did not have their fathers in their lives.
There you go. The homeless, the incarcerated, the scholastic achievement drops. They've already measured that. We have tons of scientific evidence to prove this. The vocabulary of a child that didn't have his father is about half of a child who did.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine being able to speak 6,000 words? But if you have a father, you can speak 12,000 words.
Right.
If you have a bachelor's degree, you can speak 20,000 words.
Right.
If you have a PhD, your lexicon can be in excess of 30,000 words. Like there's clear evidence to show, you know.
Yep.
See, I'll just say it again. The real problem is, I'll tell you what now, but see, you gotta listen. Here in America, we need freedom from terror. In order to stop the terror, you need weapons.
Right.
See, the communists, no, I'll just say it honestly, the ultra rich, they're very scared of the population. So they take steps to fuck with us. And one of the biggest ways that they're fucking with us now is with feminism. They are fearful of the population. So they want to throw a monkey wrench in what they know helps us operate the best. They don't want fathers in the home.
Right. Because the United States of America is being demoralized and subverted by communists. And I even remember back in 1996 talking to somebody, and he was like, oh, blah, 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 the fall of the Soviet Union and whatnot. I was like, you know, China is still communist, and they are not our friends, no matter how many jobs we send there.
Yeah. No, it's.
I mean, how many of our high-level leaders have been caught in one form or another in bed, literally, with Chi-Com intelligence agents? At what
yeah,
point?
no, I love that word, by the way. That word Chi-Com wasn't the president's son. Isn't there video graphic footage of him with like an underage Chinese prostitute in like a hotel, and he's like smoking crack or something?
I missed that one. I've seen the pictures of him smoking crack. I don't know about the Chinese prostitute.
The underage Chinese prostitute that's with him. Yeah, that whole thing. Yeah, I mean, is that them abusing power, or is that the Chinese setting a honey trap? I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't even claim to know.
It's a little bit of both.
Hey, what if it was, So
yeah.
Anyway, I'm so sorry. Listen, I'm going to leave it there. I need to get to bed. Do you have 2 or 3 minutes to talk some more? Can you, again, you don't make content, do you?
I've kicked the idea around, but I haven't really found the way I want to pull it together to be comfortable pulling the trigger. Like when I pull the trigger, I want to make sure I have my shot group right.
I respect that. I respect that aspiration. What I would advise to you, if I could offer you advice, I would say that is great. That's a great idea to aspire to. But I would also say that, you know what? Fuck it. Actually, just start making content. Start this. What you're saying is exactly what I thought. I was like, no, if I do this, I got to do it right, and blah blah blah. And I did it. I over prepared.
I hear what you're saying.
I bought 3 cameras. I bought 2 GoPro Hero 4s, 1 silver, 1 black. I got the backpack for the black, and at the end of the day, it was all. At the end of the day, 9 out of 10 videos I make, they're just on my shitty burner $100 crap phone. That's what I'm talking to you right now. I make, at this point, I have over 500 videos under my belt. Some of them are real short, 10 seconds. So some of them are my longest video is probably over half an hour. At the end of the day, what I found out is you don't need $1 million to start. All you need is a phone.
All right.
So
I will kick the idea around and let you know. I keep my eye on what you're doing. I enjoy your shows.
Oh, thank you. If you don't mind me asking, have you seen any of my my videos?
I watched some of your videos here lately, and I caught your live stream when you had Supreme Cannon on.
Yeah, Supreme. Yeah, good guy. Okay,
he's one of the best, honestly.
Does he make content?
If he does, it's not enough. I certainly haven't seen any, but I've seen him do several call-ins to a show called Mike Martin's or Mike and the Mate, and that's pretty good. But,
what I'm saying is I don't want to see thousands of, okay. 20 years ago, there weren't even thousands. There may have been hundreds. Now there are literally thousands and thousands of Mgtow channels. I want to see the day where there are literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of Mgtow men making videos every week, screaming this idea into the collective unconscious of our society. And then we're gonna win, because eventually, basically, all we need to do is we need to get enough men to say, fuck you, I'm not doing this anymore. And then what are they going to do?
Because self-preservation is the ultimate instinct. And that's what Mgtow is self-preservation.
All right. So I'm going to finish this live stream with psychology. I love psychology. Psychology is totally cool. Anyone listening, get into psychology, learn about psychology. Psychology, wonderful. I remember there was a study, what's it called? I can't remember the name of it. The name Adler. The Adler. You can look it up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I am inebriated. Basically, they were doing studies on conformity. These are I think the Adler conformity studies. You can look it up. So what they would do is they would show you 2 circles, one red, one blue, and they would say, which circle is larger? Now, the circles were the same size. And they would find that some people would say, oh, the red one's larger. And some people would say, oh, the blue one's larger. What they found is if in the study they placed a certain number of plants, moles, government agents, you could call them, to make a ruckus, to make a public statement saying, "Oh, the blue one is larger." If you were able, so I'm talking about the manufacture of consent. If you were able to get a small group of people to make a lot of noise, they found conformity went up into the 90 percentile.
Right.
But, however, if even one person, and I mean one person, literally one man, standing up and saying, "Bullshit, that's a lie. They're both the same size." Conformity went down to 3%.
Well, and that's what it's going to take.
So conformity, and that's what it's going to take. It's going to take men. It's a culture war.
Men, because, really the hallmark of femininity is conformity.
Yeah, but not masculinity.
Right, exactly. I mean, to get a man to conform requires, at a minimum, 8 weeks of basic training.
Yeah.
From a guy who has all but ultimate power over you.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to cede the floor to you. Can you speak for another minute or 2 minutes? Are there any final ideas you'd like to express? Is there anyone you'd like to plug? Anyone you've been listening to? Any thoughts you have?
I think I'll close out just by saying that, anyone that tells you to man up is probably trying to get you to do something for them that's not in your best interest. And you should just walk the fuck away.
Oh, come on. Who hurt you?
You know who hurt me.
All right. I guess I'll leave it there. Everyone, this is Aries. I'm sorry. What is it? Aries Arisen?
Aries Arise.
Aries Arises. Aries Arises.
It was an anagram that amused me, so I used it.
Oh, yeah. You know what? One last idea, just because we're on the subject. I couldn't help but notice your moniker is like a ram.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the sign of Aries?
That is, yes.
Okay. Oh man, you're not going to believe this. I'm not huge into astrology, but I did happen to read the horoscope today. You know what your horoscope is?
What is it?
You're gonna die.
Go on.
Oh yeah. Did you hear what I said?
No.
Oh yeah. So I read your horoscope. Your horoscope reads you're gonna die.
Oh, I'm gonna die. Well,
yeah.
At least I'm smoking and drinking, so I'll go out doing what I love.
I was gonna say that the horoscope said the same exact thing for me. Can you believe that?
As it happens, I'm not real big into astrology, but at one point, what was it? Oh, I in my original account, I posted a message that said the only thing you really need to know about whatever it was the topic was if it has tits or tires, it's going to cause trouble. And YouTube nuked my account, so I needed another one, and that was just what I threw out there. So
okay. That reminds me of the old axiom: if it flies, floats, or fucks, rent it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, sounds good. All right, Aries Arises. It was a pleasure. I'm going to cut it off here. We're almost at the 5-hour mark.
Holy!
I'm out of beer. Yeah. So I got to get out of here. Thank you very much for being my last interviewee. And please, in the coming weeks, when and if I do another, I'll probably do another one in like a month, maybe in 2 or 3 weeks, but probably. I'm going to give it a rest for a couple of weeks. But yeah, in a month or more, please feel free to call back. It was great to talk with you.
Great to talk to you, and I'll keep my eye out.
All right, bro. I'll leave it there. All right, everyone. This is the Mgtow Cowboy. I'm letting Aries Arises leave now. Again, if you like my content, please like, please comment, please subscribe, and please share, and I'll leave it there. All right, you gentlemen, take care.